Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for some dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Oh boy, you guys, I'm sorry. I didn't know there wasn't a stream scheduled for today. So I had to do that last minute. That's why we're a couple of minutes late today, but all is well. All is well. We shall wait for all of our besties to gather in with us this morning. Make sure you like this video as you come in. Oh, good morning, Teresia. There you go. Good morning. Hi, hope you're doing great. It was lovely seeing you last night for True Crime and White Tie. And Elbow Beat, good morning, babes. Good morning. I'm feeling rough today. I'm feeling very rough today. Yesterday was such a long day. I ended up doing like 4 shows yesterday. I don't know what I was thinking, but it was a pretty awesome day. They all went very well. So I was listening to DUI Guy while I was getting ready. Well, some of you may just know him as attorney Larry Foreman, but he used to be DUI Guy. I'm sure he just changed his name for a good reason. Anyway, so he was outside of the courthouse talking to a bunch of the Free Karen Reed people, and I was listening to their stories, and I thought that was very interesting. But apparently DUI Guy is going to be in the courthouse today watching, I guess. That's what I took away from why he's there. Apparently he's only going to be there today. So we may spot him in the courtroom today. So keep a lookout for DUI Guy. Good morning, Angie. Good morning. Hope you're doing great today. It is early for you. It is very early for you. Yes, buckle up. So we got defense again today. We don't know who's going to be on the stand. Could be Arca. It might be Arca. Because Karen said the other day that the defense more or less will rest by Tuesday. So they must only have like 2 or 3 more people to call. We know 2 of them are the ARCA guys, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. I remember somebody gave me an assist yesterday. Rentschler, like the tool. Though he didn't seem like a tool. Anyway, so we know, and we watched their first testimony from trial 1 yesterday, and it was very interesting to hear. I can't wait to hear them again. And I know Brennan is going to spend, Mally spent like 10 minutes talking to these guys. Their full testimony was like Dr. Wolf was an hour and Dr. Rentschler was 40 minutes. I think Brennan is going to talk to them for days because really they're the most, they go up against his big dogs, right? Burgess and whatever the other guy's name was, Dr. something. So he has a lot to question Arca on, and I'm here for it. I can't wait. Ooh, and she said, I saw that it was going to be Arca on the interwebs, so we'll see. Ooh, I hope so. I hope so. Oh, gosh, it's hot. I should have brought the fan. I'll wait till court happens. So yeah, you guys, if you didn't get the chance yesterday, excuse me, I'm just now drinking coffee. After we were done streaming yesterday, I went and did an interview with one of our lovely chatters, Raindrops and Feathers, who is super cool, by the way. I'll vouch for her. She is super friggin' cool. Anyway, so we did Couch Confessions where she came on and we talked about her job experience as a loss prevention mystery undercover officer kind of thing. It was very cool. I didn't know how any of that worked, and that she had testified in trials before. And we talked a lot about the Karen Reed trial because she is from that area. So it was really great. It was so fun to get to know her. And I look forward to her, maybe we'll do another interview. Maybe she'll come on Couch Court. I don't know. I gave her an open invitation though, because I was like, you're pretty awesome. So let's hang out. But if you haven't watched it yet, go watch it after the show today or this weekend. I got lots of stuff on this channel you guys can watch. You can watch Couch Confessions, you can watch the Diddy stuff. And last night, we did True Crime and Wine Time. Terry and I did. Now an official co-host with her on that. And we covered the Robert Dahl story. And you guys, it is so wild. So if you missed that last night, give it a watch this weekend. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what people think they can get away with and how they can use people like that. But anyway, I love her too. Make sure if you guys see her in chat today, give her all the love and tell her she did a great job, because she really did. She really did. And you guys, my invitation is open to all of you guys. If you have some sort of legal experience, whether it's personal, maybe it's your job, maybe it's not, please email me. We even have like a survey, not a survey, a form that you can just fill out with your information. I would love to have you come on and we'll just talk about it. And believe me, it'll be just us chatting. I'm not scary. It won't be super formal, just really casual to talk about any of your experiences. So yeah, send it my way. And I'd love to have you on the show. Good morning, Lady in Gray. I'll be in later. Right now, I'm at Llama's favorite place, the dentist. Oh, see you in a few. Oh, girl, my thoughts are with you. Oh, gosh. At least, hopefully, he's not like, Glenn and Engelman, right? Yikes. No, I hope that goes great for you and good for you. Yeah, there's the link there. You can, fill that out with your info and I'll contact you and you can come on the show. I'll contact Terry or Amy. I don't know, one of us will. But I'd love to have you on. I'd like to do couch confessions like once a week. That would be lovely. I don't know. I just like talking to people and hearing about their stories and their experience, because everyone is so different. I don't find people boring. So I will listen to anything pretty much. Oh gosh. If you guys haven't yet, like the video, all right, give thumbs up, share on your social media, let them know we're going live. There she is. Good morning. I was just telling everyone how awesome you are. Good morning, raindrops and feathers. I hope you're doing good today. And I'm sorry, y'all, my voice is a little, I was only talking for 13 hours yesterday or something crazy like that. I am happy it is Friday. Are you guys happy it's Friday? I am. The end of the week. Oh gosh, I'm so excited. It has been a long and frustrating week with the Karen Ray trial. I feel like it's making me crazy and dumb. I just go to bed at the end of the day being like, what even just happened today? I don't know. It's been something crazy. We're all a little crazy. It's fine. Let's just put it this way. Your crazy matches my crazy. So I think we're fine. Oh, I should probably pull up court. I haven't even done that yet. Oh my goodness. Get it together, Llama. It's not your first day over here. Feels like it. In a moment, please. Probably do that. You guys have any good plans for this weekend? I plan on staying in bed the whole time. Because for some reason my feet have started swelling, which is very weird for me. And so I am told to just literally lay in bed and not be on them all weekend. So that's what I'm doing. Boring, but I'm not that much of an exciting person anyway. So, but yes, I've been told to not sit in front of this computer at all this weekend. So I will be doing that. Oh, yes, Angie, thank you so much for the reminder. You guys, I do have plans this weekend. Over on our Discord channel, the Courtyard, it's where we all hang out when we're not live. The link will be somewhere. Oh, I forgot. I got one over here. Everything's in reverse. Oh, so annoying. Anyway, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, or whatever time it says for you on Discord, because it does 2 time zones, we're going to be watching the new Sherry Papini documentary. Okay, where apparently she's going to tell her truth of what really happened now that she's out of prison for her faked kidnapping shenanigans that she pulled. So we're going to be watching that at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. There will be lots of snark and lots of sass, I am sure. But come over, watch it with us. You don't have to be on camera. You don't even have to say anything. Actually, as a matter of fact, our microphones and cameras aren't usually on over there. So you can just hang out with us. We have a chat like this, where we can all talk on the side, where we're all watching together, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. So come do that. Teresia says she's going camping and fishing if the weather permits. Well, I hope it does for you. That sounds lovely. I do love that it's summer and it's nice. I guess I should think about going outside sometime. Yes, Buffy, compression socks. Yes, that's what I've been told to get. So I'm going to look at those and order some of those. I don't want to, but I guess we will, because nothing else seems to be working and I don't know why it's happening. Good morning, P. Lola's mom. I hope you're doing great. You loved yesterday's streams. That's fantastic. I had a great day yesterday. It was a long day, but it was very fun all day long. I can't complain about doing this. This is a good time. Yes, Kathy, DU Guy is in court today because I was watching his live stream before I popped in on here this morning. Because he was live outside the courtroom talking to, the free Karen Reed people and stuff, and said that he was going to be in the courthouse. And then he got up when the defense team pulled up. So I don't know how he's getting in. Like, is he there on the defensive side? Is he media? I don't think he'd be media. I don't know. But he said that I think he said today was the only day he was going to be able to be in there. So he's always at trials. He goes anywhere a big trial is. I love it. Yes, Sherry Papini. Oh boy, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. Oh, you're gonna see your niece graduate high school. I love that. I love that. My oldest niece graduates next year, I'm pretty sure. It's crazy, huh? Love that. Well, congratulations to your niece. That's a really big accomplishment. How did DUI guy get in court? I don't know. I think he was invited by the defense team. Because that he ran over to meet up with them as soon as they pulled up. So I think that's how he did that. So yeah, okay. Yeah, because I was in the middle of getting ready and kind of listening. So okay, so Elbuffy says he is a journalist and a friend of the Reed family. Okay. It's okay, Ange. It's 7 o'clock in the morning your time. You're fine. I barely have words at this stage of the morning. So yes, DUI guy is in Canton and supposed to be in the gallery today. So I remember watching him during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and I forget who was on the stand. I think it was the TMZ guy. And they were asking him, oh, are you just doing this for notoriety and popularity and to get your face on TV or something like that? And that guy fires back and he's like, did you just take this case for notoriety and popularity or whatever? Into you guys' face, just that's what we do. Just instant, oh, what? Some people are very upset about that, but I'm a facial expression person. And it was one of those moments where I probably would have done it too. So, I mean, it's whatever. Good morning, RTC. Hope you're doing well. You know what? Speaking of, I just saw you. I woke up with a really bad headache, and I still have it. And we slept with our windows open last night because it was just really muggy here. And I just realized I probably have this headache because of the fires going on in Canada, because it's supposed to be here. The the smoke and stuff. And I wonder if that's why I have a headache or I'm just tired. I don't know. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, and I hope you stay indoors and you breathe good. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm sorry. Yes, that was the UI guy. Very much was him. uh, I mean, sure, isn't everybody though? I can be annoying. I annoy myself all of the time. All of the time. Do I annoy myself? I'm like, God, I'm tired of hanging out with you. You're so annoying. But he is funny as hell, and he's a damn good lawyer. Sometimes he streams his trials that he does, and he is very impressive at his job. I like him. I don't watch him all the time, but I do sometimes. I don't really have time to watch much of anything anymore because I'm on here now. Oh, let's see. Doesn't TB have court also today? I don't know. Oh, the Inquisitive Room. So happy to see you back here today. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to say I subbed and didn't get a notification. Thought you might want to know how to organically come to your channel. Well, thank you. I'm not sure why that was, but we'll definitely look into that. Thank you for letting me know that. Maybe it's because I started the stream really, like, we didn't have one made this morning. I had to do it like last minute. Maybe that's why. But that's okay. We'll take our time. Wait for all of our friends. I'm so happy to see you here again. Love having you around yesterday. You're breathing good in Niagara. Good. I'm glad we got that all worked out. Oh, gosh. Let's see. YouTube is a pain sometimes. It just does. It just does what it does. Yes, he did look like, what was his name? DeSogra, that testified for the defense. So, good morning, Andrea from California. Ooh, you early birds on the West Coast over there. You are amazing. But anyway, good morning, Andrea. Welcome. I hope you're doing great today. Oh, and then right after you, we have somebody across the pond. Hello, Haley. Hope you're doing great this morning. Best thing about this channel is everyone is kind. We try to be kind. You know, it's super easy to be kind. And, it's super easy to be an a-hole too, but we choose kindness around here. And we like to be silly and have a good time. We don't try to take things too seriously, though. I'm not a pearl clutcher. But we do like to practice kindness. Notifications barely work. Yeah, well, annoying. Oh, that's right, because you're across the pond as well, aren't you? That's right. Oh, all you international people watching, I would love, you know what? I'd love to talk to one of you guys. One of you guys should email me and come on Couch Court, or I'm sorry, Couch Confessions, my interview show, because I'd love to talk to you about your interest in watching American trials, because I think we're one of the only people that like televise these things. And I'd love to hear how court systems work where you live, because they are so different from everywhere. So if you'd love to come on Couch Confessions, we just talk, hang out, just casual. I would love to have you. There's the purple platypus. Good morning. Good morning, Dope. I hope you're doing all right. Yes, Kelly Devers' salary is almost $150,000. Ooh, I don't like that. Don't like that at all. Good morning, Ed B. Good morning from Boston. I was watching you. It looks like you're having beautiful weather today. Hope it's not as warm for you guys. I did hear it actually was really, really hot yesterday. So, all right, Bev, fine. Makes sense. But like, do they not have trials in July? It's just like, do they shut down? I don't understand. Okay. What else is checked in? Let's go. All right. Oh, okay. You're from England. Okay. Love that. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, and you guys, so we've looked up other upcoming trials because we're probably going to be in jury deliberations by either the end of next week or the following week. And so we're like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do while we wait? Because last time it took the jury an hour. An hour. See, words are hard this early in the morning. It took them a week, and they came back with a mistrial or a hung jury. So, because Bev made them keep going, and I think we can expect a very long deliberation from them, which is a good thing. All right, because despite whatever they come up with, it was talked about amongst them. They took notes, they paid attention, and you have to respect that, right? What are we going to do? So I've decided what I would like to do, and we'll see if everyone else is cool with this. But what I would like to do, because Lori Vallow just started yesterday, is when we get there, we're just going to start Lori Vallow from the beginning. We can zoom through it. Because some of you, I know this is your first trial watching ever. You've never even watched another trial before, which I love that. I love that. So happy to hold your hands through all this nerdiness. We love it. But Lori is representing herself. Okay. She's pro se, which you don't get to see often. And so I really want to watch that with you guys so you can see what that's like. She did an okay job 2 months ago for the trial for Charles Vallow, but is still worth a watch. So I think we might do that. And I mean, if we find another one, that would be great. But she's wild and crazy. She is the crazy pants. Okay. All right. Okay. You know what? It's hot here. It's muggy. It's muggy and gross. I had to straighten my hair like 5 times yesterday because of how big it kept getting. All right, let me pull that up so that way it's there when we're ready. If you guys haven't yet, like the video, and share on your social media, right? Let your friends know, hey, I'm hanging out with the cool kids today. You should come hang out with us too. Just kidding, I wouldn't call myself a cool kid. Excuse me. Oh, the ceiling fan. Lovely. Lovely. I'm gonna miss you, ceiling fan. I think we all are, right? Usually it's just a seal, the state seal, not the animal. I wish it was a seal. Oh, they just played live footage of seals while we wait. That's an idea. Somebody should write the court about that. Be like, hey, can we get some cute animals like Big Brother does for us? Andrea says, I'm afraid that the Massachusetts corrupt cops is going to get away from murder. Free Karen Reed. I mean, there seems to be this federal investigation that happened that I know they wrapped up, but did they really? Did they? I don't know. The Massachusetts state, I've never. I mean, we thought SLED was bad. And Alec Murdaugh trial, you all remember that? SLED? Oof. That's their state investigation team or whatever. We thought they were bad. Massachusetts State Police takes the cake. That's for darn sure. That for sure. Does anyone know the judge's maiden name? I do not. But earlier when I was listening to DUI Guy, he was talking to a fellow there. And I forget if he said he was law enforcement or what, or used to be. He was retired. Oh, yeah, I think he was retired law enforcement from there. And he said in the 90s that Bev was a defense attorney there, which is very interesting. Very interesting. And he was saying how there was another trial, I can't remember who that person's name is there, where she seemed very pro-defendant. Like they had brought in juries from out of town and brought them in. And apparently she was like very pro-defense. And he found it interesting that she seems very pro-Commonwealth in this. And apparently it's because of whatever the DA, Morrissey, that people think she's being like this, who's like the head DA or whatever. So I just thought that was interesting. Prescott is her maiden name. Okay, Prescott. Oh, the more you know. And her brother was a lawyer. Okay. Look at you sleuthers. I love it. Interesting. I can think of a few names, but it probably wouldn't be nice. Oh boy. Something else, that's for sure. I need to find out when Brian Walsh is going to trial. I think it's going to be a while though. What else do we have going on this weekend? Oh, your noises don't get too excited. You know how this goes. You're gonna fool it. I forgot my thing that's down. I'm told counsel wants to see me at sidebar.
Go for it.
See if we hear anything on the mic, because I'm nosy.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni,
Jury right
Justice
away.
of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk.
At
Draw near,
9:06.
give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Ain't messing around today. They're like, let's go.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. And good morning, jurors. So happy Friday. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday, day before? Everyone said
Interesting.
yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into the case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? No. Everyone said no or should. Hey, I understand we have a witness this morning.
We do, Your Honor. Permission?
Yes.
Dr. Dan Wolf.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Wolf. Oh, man. Okay. All right. That's Dr. Wolf with an E from ARCA. Oh, I'm going to hurry up and get this fan.
But we'll see.
Dr. Wolf
Thank you, Tony.
from ARCA. His name Dan, I think. Daniel.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case down here to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes.
Good morning. And so, sir, we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on this morning. So I'm going to ask you to speak really loudly into that microphone.
Look at that
Mr.
binder.
Jackson, you do so as well, please.
Of course, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Daniel Michael Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living, sir?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And I'm going to start right off the bat. Get really comfortable with that microphone. It's adjustable. Pull it right close to the area of your chin. It's really loud in here.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, you said you work for ARCA, A-R-C-C-A. What is ARCA?
ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines: accident reconstruction, which is the group I'm a part of, biomechanics, failure analysis, and crashworthiness.
And you said that your title again, one more time?
The director of the accident reconstruction team.
And what sort of contracts does ARCA normally engage in routinely?
So in addition to our forensic consulting work, we have, going back in time, we've dealt with doing contracts with the Department of Defense, where we designed energy-absorbing seats for MRAP vehicles, mine-resistant armored protective vehicles, where these vehicles were going over explosive devices, and the energy from those explosions was going through the vehicle into the occupant. So ARCA designed energy-absorbing seats to help mitigate the injuries in that type of in those types of incidents. We also do work for the National Hockey League. I myself am part of that work. It has to do with scanning and analyzing player pads, but we certainly do impact testing and help set guidelines for player safety.
With regard to those MRAP vehicles, was that contract for the Department of Defense for the United States government?
Yes, sir.
For the military?
Correct.
Is ARCA both nationally and internationally recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction?
Yes. Sustained.
Does ARCA have a reputation, or let me ask it this way, does ARCA entertain or engage both domestic and international contracts and clientele.
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction, do you specialize in anything other than just accident reconstruction? Anything having to do with human factors?
Yes. So my other specialties in addition to accident reconstruction are lighting and human factors.
What is, give us a 25-word overview of human factors. What is that?
So to give you a good example of that is, and again, this is a case that I commonly see, but let's say you're driving down the road at night. It's an unlit roadway. You're relying on your vehicle headlights to see the roadway ahead, right? And you've got a pedestrian that is entering the roadway. And you want to have an understanding based upon the lighting conditions, how much sky illumination there is, their clothing, right? When would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? So that's where it starts from the vision aspect of human factors. Then we get into driver response, right? So the driver is presented with a hazard. So how do drivers typically respond? What are their actions and how long does that take to avoid and initiate a reaction?
That's human factors. Can you do the same thing and give us an explanation for accident reconstruction just in the broadest sense? What is that discipline?
I think a very simple definition of accident reconstruction is the application of physics and engineering science to collision events.
What role do you take as the director of accident reconstruction for ARCA as contracts come in or engagements come in?
Well, my scope in cases can vary greatly. As I just mentioned, I could have a case where I'm assessing the conspicuity of a pedestrian and a driver's response time. It could be a 50-car pileup on a highway, and I'm trying to figure out a sequence of events. It could be a rear-end collision where a seat back has failed in the vehicle and the occupant has sustained injuries, and we want to have an understanding of the crush, the damage, the forces. So again, it can vary case to case.
Do you engage in reconstruction or attempt to engage in reconstruction of all sorts of passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles?
Yes.
What about motorcycles?
Yes.
Bicycles?
Yes.
Involving pedestrians and sometimes involving no pedestrians?
Yes, I see all types of collisions.
How many cases, if you have a number in mind, have you been a part of in terms of engaging in accident reconstruction broadly?
That's something that I don't track, but I've been with the company now for over 8 years. So at this point, if I had to estimate, it's well over 1,000 at this point.
What education, training, and background do you have that allows you to perform the duties that you've described for these jurors in terms of accident reconstruction and human factors analyses?
In terms of, are you looking at additional training?
No, let's start with your education. I want education, training, and background, but we can do them in order.
Okay, yeah, so we'll go back to 2012. I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses included physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, your engineering sciences. Subsequent to that, I then went on to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. So my coursework while doing my PhD included optoelectronics, semiconductor physics, basically how to guide light on semiconductor devices.
Did you write a dissertation to get your PhD?
Yes.
What was the subject matter broadly of the dissertation that you drafted?
So my dissertation focused on a technology called smart glass. So you may have seen this technology where if you've seen a pane of glass that is transparent, somebody flips a switch and it goes opaque. That's a type of smart glass technology. So my PhD involved developing a new type of novel, what we coined optofluidic smart glass. So we are using geometric structures that we've optically designed to create a very reflective surface or medium, if you will. And then through the introduction of various fluids, we can then modulate the amount of visible light and electromagnetic energy that is passing through or being reflected. So not just visible light, but also energy that you can't see. As part of that process, I ended up prototyping these structures with a 3D printer that was capable of printing 3D printable polymers. And as we kind of got towards the end of my work, we looked at how we could scale this up on a larger scale. We ultimately ended up researching and doing tests with a material known as polymethyl methacrylate, which is PMMA or acrylic.
What relevance does PMMA play in terms of this case?
So with respect to this case, the outer lens and the clear plastic diffusers of the taillights on the Lexus are comprised entirely of polymethyl methacrylate, or that PMMA material.
The same material that was the subject of your dissertation.
Correct.
What additional training and experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction beyond your BS and your PhD?
So certainly the 8 years of work that I've had at ARCA has certainly trained and taught me a lot over the last 8 years. Like I said, I've seen hundreds of collisions, all different types of accidents. But in addition to that, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction, human factors and lighting, heavy vehicle forensics, heavy vehicle EDR downloads, Bosch data retrieval and black box downloads, photogrammetry. So a number of continuing education.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes.
By whom?
An organization known as ACTAR.
Is that a nationally recognized organization?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for, ACTAR?
The Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes.
What is photogrammetry generally?
So photogrammetry is the science of extracting and measuring information in a photograph. So you don't actually have to physically inspect something to be able to get information about its measurements or where things are spatially. You can do that from a photograph alone.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction to use photographs and or videos without actually having been at the scene during the course of the crash?
Absolutely. It's very common.
You mentioned Bosch. What is the Bosch crash data retrieval analysis? What is that generally?
So generally, most modern vehicles on the roadway now have what's called an airbag control module, or more commonly known as a black box, which can contain crash-specific data in a collision.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Can you describe those for us, please?
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Optical Society of America.
Is it fair to say that you've authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics and or accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So my most recent publication in the field of accident reconstruction deals with vehicle control history records. Publications prior to that were focused primarily on my dissertation PhD work.
I think you testified that you have dealt with probably over 1,000 different types of cases. Are you able to estimate, of those 1,000 different types of cases dealing with accident reconstruction, how many of those or what percentage of those have involved pedestrians?
I don't know if I can give a percentage. I would certainly say it's the majority of my casework. As I mentioned earlier, given one of my specialties being in human factors and lighting, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian collisions. We certainly see a rise as sky illumination drops and the illumination levels go down. We're having to rely on artificial light sources. So given that occurrence happens in nighttime hours and low illumination, like I said, I certainly see many pedestrian accidents.
What types of pedestrian impacts have you been involved with in terms of your analysis or evaluations?
All different types, everything from pedestrians being run over, running into the side of vehicles, being hit by the front of a vehicle backing up in a parking lot into a pedestrian. So I've seen it from all sides of a vehicle. What is
kinematics? Can you describe that or explain that phrase or term?
I think a simple definition would just be the motion of an object or a body.
Have you done any testing as it relates to kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles?
Yes.
How many times have you engaged in such an analysis?
Numerous times. We frequently and routinely do testing at ARCA.
You mentioned ARCA has several different disciplines within it. What are some of those different disciplines in addition to accident reconstruction?
So as I mentioned, we have biomechanics and crashworthiness, and there's a few others. And I will note that it's very common in our casework that we will work together as a team. So to give you an example of that, I mentioned earlier about, that rear end collision, right? So let's just say we have a rear end crash and there's crush and there's damage to the rear of the vehicle, and the seat back failed, which caused the driver to ramp up in the seat and ultimately hit their head on something and sustain an injury. So I myself, as a reconstructionist, will analyze the forces, the speeds, and the severity of the crash The biomechanist will evaluate the mechanism for the injury based upon those crash forces. And the crashworthiness expert may analyze, okay, is there a better or stronger seat that may have held up in this crash?
Is it normal for you as the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA to work with others in the other disciplines that are housed under the umbrella of ARCA?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that a normal process for you?
Very common, yes.
As a matter of fact, it probably would be uncommon if you didn't do that, correct?
Depending on the kind of case, but yes, certainly wouldn't be uncommon.
Tell me about the testing that you've undertaken to determine forces that are at play in a given accident or an impact.
Okay. So to give you maybe a simple example of it is, let's just say we have a sideswipe type collision where two vehicles sideswipe each other and a front bumper gets torn off or deflected essentially, and there's some deformation to it, right? We can do testing at ARCA to determine how much force does it take to bend that material so that we get the deformation that we have. That would be a good example.
Is there a specific type of testing, or is there varied types of testing that you've done and undertaken to determine the forces that would be, for instance, in your example, in that side, the forces at play in that sideswipe collision?
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been, again, as part of the test, we would be measuring the forces, we'd be measuring the displacement, we'd be able to calculate acceleration and things of that nature from that test data.
The tests that you undertake, are they generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
What are quasi-static tests?
So a quasi-static test would be like the example I just gave you, where we have basically the bumper would be stationary, right? And now we're pulling on it to determine how much force it takes to bend it. So that'd be an example of a quasi-static test.
So that test specifically is determining or attempting to determine the amount of force necessary to deform a bumper, for instance, in the way that it's seen after an impact.
Yes.
Or any other body panel, correct?
Correct.
And on the human side, also there are forces at play, I'm assuming, in terms of injuries that are sustained by pedestrians in the accident reconstructions that you've done involving pedestrians.
Yes.
Do you have experience in evaluating whether damage to a vehicle is consistent with a proposed scenario or set of facts?
Yes.
Describe those circumstances for us. What are the circumstances in which you're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario?
So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
In other cases in which you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
Yes.
Is that normally what you're seeking, to ultimately come to an opinion or a conclusion about those scenarios or circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions and conclusions based on your education, your training, the background and experience that you've explained to the jurors?
Yes.
Is it also in furtherance of the scientific methodologies that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction community as a proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Let's talk about how you began your work in this particular case. When you were initially retained in connection with this case, were you hired by the defense?
No.
Did you know who we were?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yep, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Were you hired by anybody affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense?
No.
At the time that you were hired to or engaged in this case, did you even know the name Karen Reed?
Sustained.
Did you know any of the names or of any of the parties?
Sustained. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sure.
And we got our first sidebar of the morning. It lasted a whole 10 minutes. Cool. Oh, I'm so excited that it's ARCA Day. Hi, hippie girl. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. It's ARCA Day. Brennan, we're probably going to see a lot of sidebars with these guys. I would not be surprised. Brennan does not want these guys testifying or saying anything. I mean, we've only heard the CV of Dr. Wolf thus far, and he is overly qualified. Overly qualified. He came in with a binder like that big. He's ready to drop some knowledge on everyone. Excuse me. And I'm very excited about it. Sorry. DUI guy is in the courtroom. He's sitting next to the vampire kid. I don't remember what his name is. Angie put it in the chat. Who we finally have learned his identity. Oh, there he is. There it is. We finally learned the identity of that kid that's been sitting there. Well, he's probably an adult, but he looks like a kid. Let's be honest. It's a very long trip. Sorry, guys. But yeah, so he's an assistant DA and the Commonwealth Appellate Attorney, which is very interesting. I've been wondering who he is for weeks now, and then Angie found it. Yes. Go Wolf. Big binders. I like big binders and I cannot lie. Sorry, we need to control ourselves today, Chad. No, we don't. Just kidding. Andrea says Jackson is making sure he covered his footsteps of what Brennan has up his sleeve. Yeah, I don't know. We watched the voir dire of the ARCA guys earlier when the trial first started, and Brennan was something. All right, he was definitely something when crossing him. He seemed to not like that they ever talked to the defense and these doctors here, and was very upset because he felt like he didn't get a friendship bracelet. But I'm very excited to see. And by the way, Dr. Wolf handled Brennan like a pro. Didn't face him, didn't get worked up with him. As I think he's going to make him look like an idiot. And also, I think he's going to come across very charming with the jury. And Brennan needs to be a little careful with that. Like Dr. Russell, the jury did not like how he was with her. So. The wolf pack. I love that.
When you were initially hired to look at the facts and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts and a series of data and asked, just look at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not the damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
At the time that you were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were you provided information or data?
Yes.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Describe what the materials were that you were provided in your initial assessment of this case.
Could I refer to my report?
With the court's permission.
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other items there, but those were generated internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of categories of information that you were provided, or ARCA was provided. Is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated, but yes.
Why were you provided that data? What's the reason why it's important for you to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what, I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes. In terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
Were you able to review photographs of not only the Lexus involved, but John O'Keefe's?
I don't think
body?
so.
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence. What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you engage in an analysis that basically allowed you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair, yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged. Describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear, that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means, you can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
Okay. In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the liftgate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the liftgate. and there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you note any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the tail, the lift gate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
Is it common in a vehicle pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle pedestrian incident?
That could certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly? May I ask that again?
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any understanding at that time of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the investigative reports that you had received?
Sustained.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way. Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing, were you able to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I've just mentioned?
Yes.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were sort of, it was left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
Is your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding, yes.
Did you testify about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. Did you become aware that there was a drinking glass that was found at the scene?
Yes.
And what was the testing that you sought to determine as it relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small object or projectile, such as the drinking glass, could induce damage that was consistent with that we saw on the subject Lexus.
Were you able to reach an opinion and or conclusion as it relates to whether or not there is a possibility that the drinking glass or a drinking glass could cause the type of damage that you saw on the Lexus?
Yes.
Given everything else in your investigation, are you concluding that the glass was responsible for the taillight damage?
No.
However, you did seek to determine whether it was possible, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you undertake in furtherance of answering that specific question? Could the glass damage the taillight?
Right. So we designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at 31 and 37 miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight. Absolutely.
So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure, that would determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds to be able to determine what would the damage pattern be when we fired that glass.
He's so excited.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we have had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs?
Yes.
High-speed video?
Yes.
And all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Are we going to see the cannon? Oh, I hope so. Oh, I hope so.
I'm handing you 2 photographs, or 2
Thanks,
8.5 by
Colin.
11 documents that contain 2 photographs each. Can you take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those 2 documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay. And does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
We could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time? Okay. If I could ask that these be marked as next in order, one at a time, 31 mile an hour test, handing to the.
Ooh, I think we're finally going to see
There's no
something.
objection.
None, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
213.
And the second document represents the 37 mile an hour test.
214.
I don't know, Haley.
Exhibit 213. I'm sorry, present exhibit 213.
I feel like they said yesterday, but I forgot.
Is this the photograph that was just marked as exhibit 213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the court's permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37 mile an hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is. So the right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens, that's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31 mile an hour test and the 37 mile an hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues, if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you finished your testing, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not either one of these velocities, the 31 mile an hour velocity or the 37 mile an hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the subject Lexus, which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Ms. Reed?
Yes, from the 37 mile per hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent, and that I mentioned we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37.
The 37. What about the 31?
Didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above, and it certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increased.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way. Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight? Objection.
Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that in the test compared to the subject taillight.
But only in the circumstance where the glass is being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. can ask it differently.
Under
Mr. Chair.
what circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with a drinking glass?
If that drinking glass, again, the purpose of the test was to do a test to evaluate or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass at the taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood. Let's turn to another test that you undertook regarding the head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of in the data that you received that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered head injuries to the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3. So that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics, or I should say occupant crash forces. So it's a device that reconstructionists and biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? We can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word or another phrase often used in association with ATD devices are crash test dummies, correct?
Correct, yes.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have caused that skull fracture.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15-mile-an-hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about exemplar taillights.
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. Just when? Just a date, Dr. Wu?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
Were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
At some point, you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Not at that time, no.
At some point, subsequent to that initial discussion in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did I ask you if you are available to be retained by the defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
I had to refill my coffee. Let my dog's out and in. Oh boy, yeah, I saw Shanka's comment here. Arca buys taillights and Aperture bought a whole ass Lexus to do their experiment, to run in with blue paint. Is what he did. Whispers, it was the FBI. I mean, the jury already knows, thanks to Kelly Devers, that the FBI is involved in some way, shape, or form. So I think they might put two and two together, as he calls it, the entity. The entity. Yes. Boom, boom. He is trying to get the FBI in. I mean, I'd want to know. I want to paint those fan plates. Yeah, that would be fun, huh? I make them sparkly. Haley asked the guy in the witness box, was he for the Commonwealth for the first trial? No, he was a defense witness for the last trial. We watched the ARCA guys yesterday. It's the same guys, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. So they originally were hired by the FBI to invest. That's who they're talking about. All right. So the federal government hired them to look into this accident when they're like investigating all these people, right? So then the report, the defense and the Commonwealth become aware of this, and they do get the report, right? Well, the Commonwealth doesn't want to call them. So the defense decides to call them instead. Now, from my understanding of what others have said, was that defense didn't like hire them, right? Because they were already hired by the FBI. They couldn't pay them in the last trial, and they could only testify about so much. But now they've come back in this trial. The defense has hired them. At least that's what we've heard in voir dire. And they have a lot more to share this trial than before. So it's going to be very interesting, because the Commonwealth could have called them too, but apparently they didn't like what they had to say, which was, this did not happen from being hit by the car. I do think it's interesting about how if you throw a glass, it breaks. I mean, could John have thrown a glass and then fell? Maybe. It's interesting. I'm glad we have pictures, though, because that was my big complaint. Carfax. Oh, I did.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wolf. So ultimately, in March of 2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to testing that was undertaken by them regarding the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
Yes.
Did you receive his raw data?
Yes.
Did you receive his 140 plus page PowerPoint?
Yes.
And did you undertake a review of that, all of that data in order to evaluate that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any testing? Just your review process. What methodology did you undertake in terms of your review of his evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I look to his opinions, and then I look to what's the basis and the foundation to those opinions, right? How did he ultimately arrive at those final conclusions? So I'm looking for the methodologies that he followed. What testing did he do? What type of experiments? What type of data analysis? Ultimately, to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission,
Let's
could
go.
Dr. Wolf present his PowerPoint presentation?
I can't wait to hear what he says about the blue paint.
Your Honor, I have a thumb drive that I believe
Smart joke, love it.
Smart.
Yes, is this coming into evidence? All right, so we'll mark it for
You can
identification.
mark it for identification for the time being and discuss it.
DVB for identification.
Damages of federal investigation. Right, that's what I thought, at least, for polyamine.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, do you see what's displayed or presented up on the TV screen?
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you, by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a spotlight?
Yes.
Something that can do whatever spotlight does that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point as we're discussing this. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is this?
This is my PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we can move to the next slide, please. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation, slide 121, in which he's indicating that there are lacerations on John O'Keefe's right arm and forearm. And he's indicating in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful, did you consider the opinions and conclusions of Dr. Welcher in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on it. Certainly, I utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at ARCA, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking Dr. Wolf if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions? Did you incorporate them?
Sustained is to.
Did you agree ultimately with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Sustained.
You certainly were aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
The form, Mr. Jackson, on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You indicated that this slide indicates that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion from my colleague, Dr. Rentra.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
No way. You're more than welcome. Everyone's
Yes.
welcome here, Inquisitive. I
In
promise.
your opinion, are the
Promise.
injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Slide number 2, please. Based on your review of Dr. Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
So he did, initially, it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a static test?
So I'm sustaining that. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to strike that.
What testing did you note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph? What is a static test?
Well, in a static test, that neither the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was there any significance or purpose for that, in your opinion?
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
Well, it's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces of the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask it a different way. Can only a 6'1" person
100%.
align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also meet that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm a little bit, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7" or 6'3" being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any scientific significance, in your opinion, of this particular test?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a dynamic test as it relates to a static test?
So that's when something's in motion, and in this instance, it's the Lexus moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm.
Did Dr. Welcher explain what the purpose of this test was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that when his arm makes contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see that Dr. Welcher appears to be wearing an orange T-shirt?
Sustain.
What is he wearing?
Appears to be an orange T-shirt.
Is that similar to what was described as John O'Keefe having worn that night on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Is there any significance to wearing that T-shirt?
Not that I can think of, no.
Did you note any or identify any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door open to all those questions, right? About again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20, right? In terms of what are the collision forces? What's the damage? How does the arm move? What would the expected injuries be, right? This dynamic test, as well as the static test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine whether the damage to Ms. Reed's Lexus was consistent with the striking of an arm of a pedestrian?
I'm not aware of any impact testing that he did, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the subject Lexus, specifically in the area of the damaged right taillight.
Did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance did you note about this taillight other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight? What components were damaged in this alleged interaction? So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing and fractured. And then on the back side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic. And there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. If you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right, let me see if this. So the diffusers, right where my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom, along with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break, we talked about earlier that 5 millimeter thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, did you bring with you an undamaged taillight exemplar?
Yes. It's up here with me.
It's up there. Oh, I was just looking for it.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing. Describe what it is that you brought with you.
So I brought a a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these are undamaged in sort of manufacturing specs, correct?
Correct, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Remind me to tell you guys about the craziest
The,
theory.
witness stand,
Yes.
I saw that Lucky.
retrieve that with the court's permission.
Oh, Dave. Oh, what a demonstration.
If you could remain standing for just a quick second. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct, yes.
Describe it one more time for the court and the jury. What is it that we're looking at right here?
So this is an exemplar set of taillights from a 2021 Lexus LX 570. On my left side here, this is the lift gate taillight assembly, and it's attached to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I will know it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the lift gate, but I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have that marked as next in order.
Is that coming into evidence?
Yes, if possible.
Is that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So how,
May I approach?
yes.
This might be clunky. Thank you. If you just have the tag perhaps put somewhere on the, maybe the lift gate side.
And is Dr. Wolf going to use it for his testimony now?
Yes.
Okay,
Very
so give it back over there, please, Chrissy.
Great.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
I'm so glad he brought visuals this time.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, you indicated that there was a 5mm area of acrylic covering the diffusers, correct?
Correct.
What I'm knocking on, is that the 5mm
Hey, Simone.
acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the lift gate part.
Mr.
Those are-
Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness and let him do it instead of you?
Sure. Is there, can you see through that loose material into the diffuser that you've just been describing?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, in this area here, there's a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to not have that so close to
Oh,
court reporters.
My apologies.
Use the other side of the witness stand.
Yes, Your
please.
Honor. So along the bottom is the clear diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer material that's 5mm roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3mm in thickness underneath this.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat. Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? If you could just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around an inch, maybe inch and a half.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject taillight, correct?
Correct.
Describe, now that you're holding that, what was it that was of note to you, Dr. Wolf?
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion, but it was enough force and energy to then penetrate deep enough to fracture the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force then to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was also fractured up here.
Was all that significant to you in your review of the subject taillight material?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
All right, so that can't go back there because it's in evidence. So why don't you take it and. Mr.
I was
McDermott.
just going to store it there until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can give it to the,
And how new today.
however you want to do it, Your Honor.
All right, do
I have
you
no
wanna take
preference.
it? Is he using it still for his testimony?
Not right now.
All right, so, thanks.
Nudity. Nudity.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
May I continue?
yes.
Can we go to the next slide? What are we looking at here?
This is a collection of photographs that depict various fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, and I'll try to spotlight it, there are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from the assembly. But altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis ultimately?
Well, so one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes. I think some, it's just a few millimeters. Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we could go back to the larger photo, the previous slide, do you see the right sleeve denoted on the photograph to the right?
Yes.
Does it, your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular sort of arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve?
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the arrows pointing to in these photographs?
So this is basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects or holes?
From what I recall, like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
How big is 3 millimeters in inches?
It'd be probably around like an 1/8 of an inch or so.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are you describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
So I want to discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and the fundamentals that an accident reconstructionist undertakes when performing the kind of testing that you performed? So
as I mentioned earlier, when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So this is, I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here?
So this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, we still use these laws today. So what we're looking at here is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So for instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then Newton's third law, basically the law of reaction, indicates that when I push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing with.
What role did these three very fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration, to calculate what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in the accident reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So from my perspective, I was interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did Dr. Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one, delta V. So what do I mean by that? That simply just means you can think of delta, change in. So change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it, and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of that, how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you'll have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Can I ask you about delta V specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
When you say that that equation suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that struck it, describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will. Sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not, because I don't understand this as well as you do. If an object, does delta V describe the circumstance in which you have an object that may be at rest and it's struck by another object moving? Is that calculating the speed at which the object that is struck moves to the same speed as the object that struck it?
So that's sustained. Just ask him a simple question, let him answer.
Easier said than done. Sure. Can you describe in more conversational terms what delta V is describing in terms of mathematics?
Right. So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000-pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000-pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right. So that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're going to get on the brakes lightly, and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. Let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer. You're going to slam on the brakes, and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to, say, 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations, especially of this nature, yes, they're not going to be, we're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds. That's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there, where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V, acceleration, force, all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here? Scientific method. What does that mean?
So the scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you can think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there? And at least my understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis...
Sustained. Next question.
Sure. Did you review, well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously, the delta V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury, did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
No.
With regard to the scientific method, did you see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed this scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note, or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
Did you review Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
Yes.
Did he undertake the scientific method as you know it?
Right, so that's sustained.
Continue to describe the scientific method as you know it and you employ it.
Certainly. So again, from reviewing Dr. Welcher's report, he indicated.
Sustained. I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Don't worry, Dr. Wolf. I rolled my eyes too. You can tell he's very frustrated by these sustains, or I'm sorry, these objections that the Commonwealth keeps doing. You know, I'm going to just put out there, I am not good at physics and complicated math. I'm not. But I do appreciate Dr. Wolf kind of simplifying the process for everyone to understand. Maybe a refresher from a high school course. I don't know. But it is much appreciated. And so far, his slideshow is way better than everybody else's. That's for darn sure. And yes, I do. Well, I don't know. He probably is, but I don't think he's supposed to be watching it because I don't think they've released any of the witnesses now that I think about it. Right. Oh, you know, Brennan's going to come back around and be like, yeah, but did you buy a $60,000 Lexus? I mean, I love that he also, when he talked about Dr. Welcher dressing up as John. I love that. Was there a reason to do that? No. It's just weird. It's just weird. RTC says AJ will get to the good stuff in a way the jury will understand. I mean, that's one of the things I think the defense is doing a much better job of, is simplifying things for someone that isn't used to any of these worlds to understand. I think defense has done a much better job of trying to make it so people can understand, unlike the Commonwealth, who has made things very confusing all around. So I do give them good props for that. The defense is asking what Hank wants to ask. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know it all. I'm just saying that, you know, people might pick up on that compared to what we saw Burgess and Welcher talking about. So either way, it gives him a lot more credit, that's for sure. So the street cred, right? I wish I would have got that video though.
Dr. Wolf, may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, where are we on the chart? I've lost my place.
I think hypothesis.
Okay. Let's describe, if you would, please, what role hypothesis plays in the general scientific method.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight will shatter, right? So you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that, what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data, and that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing.
What's the next stage?
To basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Well, I think so that you can, whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
Do you have to analyze the data following the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process, because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point. So you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
Did you see this well, let me ask you first, did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained as to that point, Mr. Jackson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there.
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welcher's evaluation, all of his data?
Yes.
Did you find any
No.
other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading, so you can
Sure.
get to it without that.
What about any other testing? Anything else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welcher's?
As it pertains to an analysis to the taillight and the damage and the forces, no.
Let's move on to the next slide. Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's vehicle or Lexus was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
That's sustained too. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Ultimately, what were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
That's sustained.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you've just explained needed to be answered for this jury?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an exemplar Lexus going right into an ATD or a test dummy, right? We wanted to start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even break the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in the broader field of engineering?
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing an instrumented test dummy to using an exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory, as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction to evaluate what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you rely on this methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the last part of our test. We're looking at again, just annotating where the lift gate taillight is, as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle.
Is this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
So they got one after all. Okay.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right taillight after these various tests?
Yes, after all of the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing the exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely.
Were
yes.
you hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are tests A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, we weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our Hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that what we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied this same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the taillight at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation you use to track the data?
Certainly. So you could see, I'll get my, see around here. So at the top here, there's a blue camera here. There's another blue camera here. So these are our high-speed cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in
This is very
photographs?
cool and very
So
professional.
this
looking.
is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot. And then on the right is right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Tell me about these photographs.
So the importance of this is more specifically looking at the right photograph here. Might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks, is there a mechanism for the fragments to penetrate and cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide. Were you successful in finding the exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes, and I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you had received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly, I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Test A. Describe test A for us, please.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
So you're looking on the left, a photograph just before the impact test was conducted. On the right, you're looking at a thermal image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
I think the shirt said XL, extra large.
So what I did is I
His
analyzed
original one.
the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that segment, that lower portion here, where contact was made, the average temperature in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get that exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
Well, it's my understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So we wanted to take that variable into account in our testing to precondition them down to temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, on this photograph?
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the court's permission.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the taillight. Part of it's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the taillight will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the clothed ATD arm.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's go ahead and play the video. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left and contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially slow mode. So it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the taillight slowly moving but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Go ahead and play that. Can I ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right. So we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
We go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is looking at a side view. So same test, just looking at it from the side. And similarly, you'll see the taillight come from the left and impact the arm.
If we could play this, please. What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the taillight based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds. Does that sound right?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact, so you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There's a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight at the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Next slide, please. This is still test A, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with being struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
What I observed from the test is that there was no mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes.
as well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is a graph that shows the roughly on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second, so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I've plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
1 second, is that reflected from the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph? That's representative of 1 second, is that right?
Correct. So starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time, with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier. So what you can see is that as the arm is impacted, we had the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed, and then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
What do we see in terms of the G forces that the arm is subject to?
So the peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. And the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
So a G is acceleration due to gravity. So if we're being held down by 1 G, so you could think of it as basically a multiplication factor, that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the change in speed. So if we do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, where we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data, what we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right, Newton's law, first law. And then we impart a force on it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time?
Sustained is to that form.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 Gs? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to
It
take
is.
the morning recess? All right, folks, we'll take a recess. Dr. Wilkinson, file out the jurors. I'm going to see counsel regarding just scheduling, please.
All rise for the court, please.
It would help if I put myself back on the stage, wouldn't it? Sorry, I took myself down so we could see the graphs better. All right, you guys. Oh, there's Kelly P. Hey, Kelly. Welcome. Your ARCA daddies are on today. Hello, Syncota. Welcome. So happy to see you. You're missing ARCA. You're missing ARCA, who does actual real science experiments appropriately, unlike literally everyone else. Because no one has done that. Right now, they're focusing on a 10-mile-an-hour test with the taillight in the arm, which I thought was very interesting. and what it would look like with this, crash test dummy. And even at 10 miles an hour, you would think there'd be broken bones with the way that moved. So, okay, yeah. I mean, lots of people in chat I know have been hit by cars, unfortunately. And I've definitely listened to all of their experiences of why they think he certainly wasn't hit by a car. So, they are to trust that nobody reads their notes, but are surprised to trust that they don't look up the case. There's a whole lot of trust. Yeah, I have issues with this jury not being sequestered. I'll be quite honest with you. I think it's weird that they're not. You know what else is interesting is we're in, I want to say week 7 of the trial, and they haven't lost a single juror, which is very impressive for a trial this long. It's very, very impressive. So I like that. Always write them in Swiss and German. Hardly anyone can read that. I mean, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Or in cursive. I mean, they're not supposed to look at them, but you never know. You never know. Yes, the crash shotties are here, and I think Jackson wasn't done with him, right? I'm sorry, I did take myself off the stage and use the bathroom real quick. I must have anticipated morning recess. Oh, well, I guess it is 11, so that makes sense. I think he's going to be on the stand all day. Yeah, they're not allowed to take him with them.
Court, all rise.
Oh, she said for 20 minutes. Okay, it's just going to be us hanging out, besties, for 20 minutes. So 11:30 is probably when they come back. Let's see. Simone. Hi, Simone. I'm so happy to see you here. Karen has good taste. She wants the truth out there so we can make an educated decision. I want to know what people are, those that feel like Karen's guilty, what they're thinking about ARCA. Oh my gosh. I remember I said I had something to tell you guys. So I don't have any social media. And so my friends and stuff will send like screenshots of X and whatnot. And I saw the craziest theory. Now I'm of everybody can have their own opinions and have different viewpoints. I'm all for it. I love that. But sometimes you hear crazy things and you're like, what? So one of the comments, I think it was somebody who they said is usually, the Karen Reed is guilty train. But after Lucky testified, that person then went and said that they were more convinced than ever that Lucky was the one who hit John. Can you believe that? And I'm just sitting there like, what? Where did you get that? And how would that have even happened? Like that would change the whole timeline of when he died. It was wild. It was wild. I couldn't believe it. It broke my brain. It broke my brain that Lucky was the murderer. It was wild. It was wild. But anyway. Yeah, well, I think it was either you or Lady in Gray that shared that. I died laughing. I couldn't. I just couldn't. And that he was lying to like cover it up. It was okay. Okay. Inquisitive Room says she's 5 feet and broke 2 bones in my arm. How is it possible to not break any bone in the prosecution scenario? Exactly. Or I'm talking like black bruises. I don't understand. He wasn't hit by a car. He wasn't. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't. Because, right, then you have to say that no matter what, he got hit by a car going 24 miles an hour, according to the prosecution's theory. So that's pretty freaking fast. Yes, Kelly. Yes. I'm sorry, but I can't with that one. I can't with that one. Oh, you've heard that too? Okay. That's something. It's something. I think ARC is doing great on stand. I was like, okay, the defense isn't going to call as many witnesses as I thought they should, but really, they just need these guys to disprove Burgess and Welcher, and I think they've already just seemed a lot more credible than those two guys, for sure. The Invisible Man. He asks, is anyone here from Canton? I think we do have a few Boston people that watch and are in the chat. Some locals. I know Boston is a very big area, so maybe not Canton specific, but in the location, which is very cool. And speaking of, yesterday, after we streamed old coverage, I did couch confessions with Raindrops and Feathers, who you guys see in the chat. And we talked about her experience working with loss prevention and how that happens. And it was fascinating. And then we talked about how she's testified in court before. And she too is in the Boston area. So we did talk a little bit about Karen Reed. It was a very fun conversation. I loved it. So maybe check out that video this week in that interview and give Raindrops and Feathers all the love. She's super cool. Super cool. Lady in Gray says, I had someone say to me about Lucky, he works a menial job. It's not like he's a brain surgeon. What? Okay. Says those people posting that stuff on the internet. Okay. See, this is why I don't have social media. It's not healthy. It's not healthy for me. Not at all. I mean, I thought he was very good. And, he didn't shake with Brennan. And I thought that was interesting. I mean, could be, but that messes up their whole timeline, doesn't it? Yes, we sometimes I skip over people by accident. Yeah, if you're in that area, we did have Raindrops and Feathers gave us a few suggestions for the Boston Canton. So Terry and I, in July 19th, we're going to be live here in Marion, Ohio, doing an in-person show. Tickets are on sale now, so if you're in the area, buy those. But we're looking for other places that we can visit and do a show there and meet all of you wonderful people. So send us, do we have a survey for that? I don't know what we have anymore going on, but you can send us the info and we will happily add those on the list and try to book something by you guys. Lady in Gray says, people on X disregard that Lucky said he was not harassed. They think they know his mind better than him. Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem like he thought that, because everything's different for people, right? Like everybody has their own definition of what harassment is to them. And I thought it was weird. He kept trying to pin him on something like that. It was weird. It was so weird. Callie says, we have a loss prevention team at work. It's always interesting when there's thieves in the store. We follow them everywhere in the store. Yeah, that's what the lovely Raindrops and Feathers was talking about. It was very interesting. I had no idea. Yes, you sent one to me for sure. I need to add them to the spreadsheet. I haven't done that yet, but I did see your email. Buffy said you'll stream my trial if I end up on the first 48 because of USPS. I will stream the trial just for you. Oh, Inquisitive said, I saw a bit of your chat last night, but it was late here. It was interesting. Yeah, last night I did True Crime and Wine Time with Terry True Crime, and I'm now the official co-host with her for that. And so on Thursdays at 8 p.m., we tell a story, a true crime story. And we were talking about Robert Dahl And I don't know if I've never heard of it until we covered it. It was very interesting. So put that on your queue to watch later this weekend if you didn't get to check us out last night. Let's see, what else do we got over here? Let's see, that's you to do. Okay. Terry said, I turned myself into loss prevention once at Target. I got to my car and realized I had walked out with some lipstick I didn't pay for. Oh, look at you being a responsible citizen, an upstanding citizen. What do you guys think of these ARCA guys? I mean, I think we all like them, but how do you feel about their testimony so far? Because we watched their first trial testimony yesterday, and I can tell you right now, they're already saying a lot more than they said in the first trial. They didn't have any visuals, which was my number one complaint, but we're pretty sure that they probably weren't allowed by the feds at the time, so maybe that's why they have more now. But I was like, I hope they bring visuals, because you're going to need that to go up against Burgess and Welcher. The look on Dr. Wolf's face when they're talking about Welcher's experiment, you know, he wanted to be like, I don't know what he was doing, but it wasn't that. It wasn't right. Dave says ARCA is awesome. It's just a shame to get interrupted by the Commonwealth and Bev's Bev. Yeah, well, I mean, not once did we hear her be like, can you answer the question? Not once. It was sustained all morning, which is interesting because I want to say she's done that as much with the other witnesses, but I don't know. I don't know why some of those were sustained, but I'm also not a lawyer or a legal expert, so I'm just one of you guys. Lady in Gray says, I think the jury is watching Dr. Rocketman Wolf. Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job. No, Brennan was not very nice about Lucky's wife, in my opinion. I thought his response to that was kind of rude. Like, he was like, oh, I'm sorry for your loss, but like, it's like, oh, okay. Okay, but he wasn't, I don't think it was as awful with Lucky as he was with Dr. Russell. He was straight up rude to that woman. I did not like it. And I think Brennan is going to be, I cannot wait for Cross. I cannot wait, because I think he's going to be a real big D to ARCA. Let's see. Beth is in a mood today. Oh my gosh, the vibes she's giving off today of she does not want to be there. She doesn't care. She seems bothered. It's like, y'all didn't even have court yesterday. What are you upset about, Beth? You didn't have court yesterday. I get it's hot in there. Listen, I do get it's hot in there. She has to wear a robe. So maybe it's the heat, because I can be a big old bee if I'm too hot. So maybe it's that. But also, it's Friday. It's the end of the week. Let's calm down. Calm down. It's okay. Oh, you can get like one of those air conditioner hoses under her desk that just blow up. You guys know what I'm talking about? Oh yes, Terry, the criminal mastermind she is. Oh yes, I do think he's gonna be big old D-bag today. I guess I should watch my mouth. Some lady said I was rude because I said I was over Brennan when he went to sit down the other day. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, could be, and that's no joke. Okay, I'm not there yet in my life, but I've seen other women go through it, and it is no joke. No joke. That is true. Exactly. She shouldn't be the way she is today. And I'm sure the jury can pick up on that. I'm sure she smiled them in the morning, but like she's been very weird. Very weird. Let's see what else we have to talk about during this time. Oh, if you haven't yet, join our Discord server, the Courtyard. If you don't know how to use Discord, that's okay. We'll help you out, I promise. You think everyone's nice here? We're all there on Discord, and everyone is just as nice and welcoming. But tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern on our Discord, we're all going to watch the new Sherry Papini documentary together. Oh, we're going to stream it for everybody and talk about it as we watch it. I'm sure it's going to be filled up with a lot of snark. It always does. And so you guys can hang out with us tomorrow and spend the day with us. I'm sure there'll be like a chat after it's over. You don't have to be on voice. You don't have to be on video. You don't have to do none of that. You can just hang out. It's totally cool. Note this: when Llama visits Texas, keep her cool. Yeah, no, I am a huge bee. I'm a huge bee when I'm too hot. Just to let you know, I am a princess about temperature. And if it's too cold, but I don't complain too much if it's too cold because I'm always cold usually. Yes, the snark will flow. Papini. If you don't know, Google her and then come join us and you'll see why we're so excited about it. But no, the truth, she's 65. She should be. That's a fair point. Fair point. Oh, here comes Dope with today's daily fun fact. I love that. A car would need to go 17,500 miles per hour for it to get into space. Hence, the answer in this trial is impossible for that Lexus to fly. 17? Could you imagine? You know, I know they're trying to get people to go to space, but like, I don't even think I can make it to space. I think I would just have like a heart attack right there as we're going up. I don't think I could do it. I don't think we could do it. Let's see. Yes, we all watch and chat together. It's a fun time. Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, girl. No, thank you. Oh, goodness. Okay, so, one thing, and this is not me calling anybody out, I promise. I promise. I have just actually never said this on any of my shows before, and I guess I probably should. So I only have two rules for chat. That's it, just two. First one is to always be kind to people, even if you're having a disagreement of opinions or perspective. You know, don't call people names. I love people with different perspectives and, you know, having that discourse, but just don't be rude to one another and just be kind to everyone in chat and myself, preferably. And the other thing, you guys can talk about whatever you want. I don't care. The only thing we don't talk about is politics. And listen, I don't even talk with them about my friends. I just feel like it's everywhere all of the time, and it's really hard to escape because it's just shoved down your throats every freaking day. And so, like, yeah, my friends and I, we don't even discuss it. Like, and I just feel like it can be dirty waters. And again, I've never said that, I realized today. And so that's just my stance on that. Otherwise, feel free to talk about whatever and express, you know, your thoughts about whatever. That is a-okay here. Again, just don't be rude, you know? So I think we have one of the greatest chats. I really do. Everyone is so nice and so funny. And I love spending my days with you. Even when there's no court, I'm here to hang out with you guys. I love it. Good people. Good people. Let's see what else. I'll pass out on the drive to the Rocket Place. Me too. Like, I think about how I handle roller coasters, which I used to love roller coasters. Because in case you didn't know, Ohio it's like roller coaster country here. We have two of the best theme parks. And I went a couple of years ago, and I used to go all the time when I was a kid, front seat, the whole shebang. And we went a couple of years ago for my son's birthday, and I hadn't been on one in a while. And the way they build them now is terrifying. I don't understand why They're going from, roller coasters where you would have a freaking harness, you felt secure and safe in there. And now there's no harnesses, and there's just this weird plastic thing that goes on your lap, plastic that you hold on to, and like that's it. And I'm like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I don't know if I can do this anymore. Why would we get rid of harnesses? Whose idea was that? So I don't think I could make it in a rocket either, Dave. Though they do use harnesses, but could you imagine how fast that is? It's crazy. Crazy. Let's see. Oh, yay. Yes, if you need any help when you get there, just go into one of the chats and be like, hey, let them know who you are because your name may be different. And anyone in there will help you try to get situated. Okay? I love that. That's true. No rule against being a smartass. I don't have a problem with that. I too am. I also don't have a problem with most cursey words, but unless like certain ones I'm not a big fan of. I think we all can agree on which ones those are. But we're all adults here. So there's that. You can't even handle a swing set. Yeah, it's weird how, things get weird the older you get, right? Like when you're young, you're just like, yeah, I'll do anything. And now I'm old and I'm like, nope, I want my feet firmly planted on the ground at all times. Please and thank you. Oh, Wendy says, I was at the pool at West Point Military Academy. Oh, that's cool. Was going to go off the diving board. I started to climb the stairs when I got about 3/4 of the way up, and I thought, I can't even jump. Same girl. No, thank you. Oh, she goes on to say that there are 3 diving boards. I think the highest one is only 50 feet, but it might be 100 in any case. I turned around to climb back down. The clubs were saying, you can do it. And I'm like, no heart attack. I surely am just going to die. No, thank you. You passed out on the Tower of Terror. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a few now that I'm just like, I'm not going on that ever again. Ever again. That's true, Inquisitor. I think all views are healthy, right? I love diversity so much. And I think when we can all be nice to each other, it goes further. Because I think more people agree on more than they know about a lot of things. Kathy just joined our Discord. Thank you, Kathy. Again, any of the new ones in there, you just let us know, and we'll help guide you along. Can we what? I don't know what that's in response to, Captain, but yes, we can. Rosie the Riveter. Yes, we can. Oh, Kelly doesn't do roller coasters anymore because she gets motion sick. Yeah. Oof. I loved roller coasters too, but I don't know. Let's see. Wendy says, I've always loved roller coasters as well. The thing nowadays for me is maintenance. I don't trust the equipment. I mean, yeah. You gotta try not to think about it too much. If you think Jasper would be our mascot for TCWT, tell Llama. I love Jasper. And Jasper, of course, can be our mascot. So, can we agree on what cursey words are okay? I mean, obviously not the C word, because I know a lot of other parts in the world, the C word's fine. I personally don't have a problem with it, but I know a lot of people do. So, no C wording it up in here. Y'all know the lady C word, right? I suppose the male equivalent C word isn't probably good either. Let's just go with, let's not call people offensive things. How about that? I don't know. Yeah, probably none of that. I do have some younger fans who I know do watch the show sometimes. So I do try to keep that in mind because I do know that they are very young. But, you know, we are all adults here, and I use a lot of cursing words in my real life. So I try my best. I try my best, but sometimes it just takes over you and you got to wave that cursey flag. That's true. That's true. When I first got here, everyone talked about food. Girl, let's talk about food. I have some snacks over here. I got a whole basket of snacks. What's everybody's snacks for today? I'm thinking I think today my snack is going to be smart food. White cheddar popcorn is going to be my snack for today. I guess I should check out how much salt is in this. Okay, well, I don't know how that even works, but that's what I'm eating today. I don't care. Oh, and you know what else? So it's so humid and hot here these last 2 days that my bag of freeze-dried Skittles like melted together. So I don't know what to do about that, which is very frustrating. They're very expensive. I don't know what to do with that. But I got popcorn for this afternoon. What all you guys having? Let's see. Right, polite swearing. That is very true. That's very true. But sometimes I do drop that bomb like a lot. Okay, now Raindrops is hungry. Ooh, Terry's currently having a chocolate croissant made by HH. Love that. Delicious. Love that. Ooh, everything Ritz crackers. They are divine. I got, I think they're all the way over there. I got regular Ritz crackers because I love those. And I got the garden vegetable kind because I got some like herb cream cheese or whatever for later. Put them in the fridge. My Skittles. Oh, okay, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Oh, thank you, Dave. Thank you so much for the super chat for the new Skittle fund. I won't buy the sour ones next time because they are so sour. They're so sour. You can tell when I eat one on camera because my face looks. Thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate your support. Very, very much. Thank you so much for that. Remember when Amos dropped the C-bomb? I did. Oh boy, sometimes it happens, but you know, you'll have that. Guilty of the F-bomb dropping like I'm Oppenheimer. That's a good one. That's a good one. Kelly P's still drinking coffee. Well, I'm sure you're even more awake though when you saw who was on the stand when you popped in, huh? I can't get in Discord. The human pass thing is impossible. For signing up? That is weird. Hey, somebody post my email on chat, and then Inquisitive, if you want to send me an email, and later this evening after I'm done, I'll try to get you in there over the weekend, and maybe I can help work it through. I don't know, or I'll point you to somebody who can. But if you want, go ahead and email me, and that way we won't forget, and we'll try to get you in there. Okay, babe? Dave says, you are welcome. You guys make my days. Well, you all make my day. I mean, it is it's hard doing this, but at the same time, it's very rewarding. Which is so funny because if anybody knew me from 2 years ago, that they'd be like, what is she even doing on here? I've come a long way. I've come a very long way to be here today. So that's true. Thank you, Terry. They are great helping with Discord. They even helped an old lady like me. I mean, it looks weird at first, but I promise, like once you get it, it makes a little bit of sense. What's the one that we used the other day that I was like, ooh, this is so confusing? I don't know. Oh, someone did want you to help them with their puppy. Oh gosh, I do remember you guys talking about in the chat. Was it Hippie Girl? Had the puppy? I don't remember. Oh. How do you pass the worm lines? What does that mean? Worms? I haven't created an account in Discord in a very long time, so I don't know what that means. If that's even if it's even that, right? Kelly says, I remember when I first got on Discord and I accidentally created my own server. Oh, look, it's Monkey Butt. See, speaking of my younger viewers and fans, one of them is Monkey Butt. Hope you're doing great, babe. Hope you're having a nice summer vacation. I heard you're going to be visiting your mama soon, and that we might do something together. So I look forward to that. But I hope you're enjoying your summer vacation. Oh goodness. Well, look at that. It's 11:35, which is past 20 minutes. I will say they did start at 9:06 this morning, like right on time, off the gate, which I appreciated. But I feel like she's probably going to let them go early. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. And hopefully she might tell us what the schedule is next week. So you remember at the beginning of the week, right? I said, oh, there's not going to be court Tuesday and Friday, and it's a half day Thursday. And none of those things actually ended up being true. So we got that information from CBS Boston, okay, which pretty legit. They're there every day reporting. So I don't know how they had that info on Friday and then come Monday, thrown out the window. Can't plan anything when it comes to court at all. Oh, what? I think you have to put the worm line pieces in their proper place to complete the bigger picture. If I'm taking this thing, what is happening? Wow, I think I've been on for like 2 years now, so that must be new. But yeah, if anybody has problems, you can just email one of us and make sure you put your YouTube name, because then it just helps me, because I'll recognize your YouTube name, because I don't know your real name. So that way I know who needs help and stuff. So yes, I heard Monkey Butt is going to do a special kids true crime episode. Yes, I'm very excited to hear it. I love that. She's I was probably Monkey Butt's age when I started getting into true crime and watching stuff like that. My mom would watch a lot of it, and so I'd watch it with her. But I always loved, detective things, book-wise, and logic puzzles. Do you guys remember those where like they would give you certain clues about certain people and where they were, and then you had to like do this graph thing and like deduct, do some deductive reasoning? Those were my freaking favorite. I loved those when I was a kid. And like, yeah, it seems weird. Okay, sure. Why are younger kids interested? But like, it's a thing. I don't mind. I think a lot of us probably started off being into it when we were younger. So has Bev been a pain? I mean, she's just grouchy. She's just grouchy and moody today. So she's sustaining every single one of Brennan's objections. Thank you. That's the word. That's the word. Yes, that's right. Terry's getting 2 new baby goats. Ooh, they're so cute. I can't wait. Can't wait. I'm sure follow everyone on social media, like Terry and stuff, because I'm sure there's going to be cute goats. And I'm sure she's going to post them on our Discord as well. Okay, we got noise. We got noise coming out of the courtroom. Really? Oh, that's fascinating. That's fascinating.
Court is back in session, you may be seated.
Forgot to share the news about the babies last night. Huh. Now there's going to be a new baby goat. They're so cute. All right. Welcome back,
You all
Dr.
set,
Wolf.
Dr. Wolf?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Tell yourselves
All
chat.
right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before Dr. Wolf, before we get into laboratory test B, I failed to ask you, were you compensated or was ARCA paid following the proceeding last year for any of the time?
Yes, last year. Yes.
Last year.
Correct. Yes.
Do you know how much that was?
From what I recall, I think it was around $20,000.
Was ARCA paid by the defense your initial testing, the initial analysis, which we talked about earlier this morning? Was ARCA paid by the defense for any of that?
No, not the report, testing, none of that.
Okay. What were you paid for last year related to the first proceeding?
My time to appear at the proceeding.
Travel?
Correct. Travel,
testimony.
testimony. Yes, sir.
So the form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What about now? Have you been paid any additional sums by the defense specifically for your undertaking that you're testifying about today?
Yes.
About how much have you been paid?
I think when I spoke to accounting, I think they indicated it was around $50,000.
Okay. Let's talk about laboratory test B.
It checks out.
Bravo.
Look at what you get for $50,000, guys.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
What was different about lab test B as opposed to lab test A?
So the tests were essentially identical aside from the speed increase going from 10 up to 17.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Just so I'm clear, Doctor, I want to make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Is this slide 35 pursuant to your notes?
This is slide 36.
36, got it. Okay. We can be a little bit more brief, I think, because is this similar to the 10-mile-an-hour test, just with increased velocity?
Correct.
What about the purple hue taillight on the right? What is that?
So again, that is a thermal image depicting the temperature profile of the right taillight that was tested.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to note that the average temperature profile of the taillight here in this test was approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Is that below freezing?
It is, yes.
And the ATD, the test dummy, if you will,
Yes.
is it also clothed?
Correct, yes. With you may notice a difference in the sweatshirt color. We put on a new sweatshirt in this test.
Was it also an exact replica of the sweatshirt at issue worn by John O'Keefe? I'll ask it a different way. How did it compare to the sweatshirt that was worn by John O'Keefe?
It was made by the same company and had the same material blend as the previous test and the one that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this will be a video. You will see, much like you did in the other one, where the taillight will be accelerated up to 17 miles an hour, impact the arm. And one of the things you'll see is actually an artifact of the test, if you will, where the taillight, due to the fact that the impactor stops at the end of the stroke, that force actually causes it to decouple from that polyurethane foam that we use to adhere the two.
What do you mean by decouple? What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, it once the linear impactor reaches the end of its stroke, it stops instantaneously, and the force of that stop just caused where we adhered the two together, just caused it to detach, basically break away. So in essence, it doesn't matter because we only care about that. Remember, we're talking about that short duration of time, that 10 milliseconds. So once it breaks, it's already reached a common velocity to the taillight.
Okay. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please? What do you note about this impact?
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the taillight there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10 mile an hour test?
There is more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Can you describe the decoupling that's shown here?
Absolutely. So as you can see where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor. It just became detached due to the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So in this slide, you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view. Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct, not real time.
Okay. What do you note in terms of the deflection on the arm?
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving now at roughly a common velocity with what the impact speed was.
And what did you note about the damage to the taillight?
It was more significant than the 10-mile-an-hour test, which, again, there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of that red outer lens fractured as well as the clear lens.
Okay, next slide. And what is this depicting?
This is extracted frames from the previous video just showing right at contact, during contact, and post-contact.
Next slide, please. What is this a photograph of?
This photograph is depicting the damage to the taillight at the conclusion of the test, where, again, it's missing fragments of the outer red lens. I will note that the interior diffusers and plastic components are intact in this test.
When you say intact, what do you mean?
They are not damaged or broken.
At all?
Correct, at all.
Next slide, please. What is that a picture of?
Another photograph showing the taillight post-test. Again, no damage to the underlying diffusers in terms of being cracked, shattered, or broken.
And what did you note in terms of the damage to the outer acrylic, the red piece?
It broke into a few fragments, and I think on the next slide, I depict those in a photograph.
Let's take a look at that. What is that?
So this is a photograph depicting the collection of the fragments post-test. I will note there's one clear piece, one red piece, another clear piece, and there is one more red piece in this bag. So the outer lens broke into approximately 4 pieces in the 17-mile-per-hour test. And I'll point out one other thing just because you can see it in the photograph. This is that 3D printed bracket that we used to bolt it onto the linear impactor with the foam on the other side that mounted it to the taillight.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. What is this a picture of, or pictures of?
This is a side-by-side comparison showing a depiction of the 17-mile-an-hour test impact to the test taillight, comparing it to that of the subject taillight.
Were you able to reach any conclusions or opinions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight on the right is consistent with striking an arm at 17 miles per hour?
It's inconsistent from a damage perspective.
What's the basis of that opinion?
The test that I've just showed you all.
Is that testing that we've just talked about conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies that you've earlier described?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 17 miles per hour?
No.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Slide 45, please. What is this?
You're looking at photographs post-test of the sweatshirt that the ATD was wearing at the time of the impact.
Is this the 17 mile an hour impact?
Correct, yes.
Did you note any defects in the fabric of the right arm?
There were no punctures, holes, or fraying of the material during this impact test.
Based on this testing that you conducted in this case, is the damage that you saw of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing consistent or inconsistent with the shirt that's on the ATD?
It was inconsistent compared to the sweatshirt that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Based on that, do you have an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the damage on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing was consistent with being struck by the right rear taillight at 17 miles per hour?
It is inconsistent.
Next slide, please. What is this graph depicting?
So going back to, again, to these terms that we've talked about, this is the acceleration trace of the 17-mile-an-hour impact test. And you can see that we reach a peak of acceleration at around 5 milliseconds, and that's at about almost 270 Gs.
You said 270 Gs?
Correct.
Or 217?
270.
Thank you.
70.
Did that have any significance on your analysis?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, we can use that to estimate. Obviously, we can integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is the delta V as it relates to the 17-mile-an-hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe just in general, and then we'll talk in more specifics. What were the tests that you undertook after the lab tests?
So we conducted 2 tests with a suspended ATD arm that was impacted by an exemplar 2021 Lexus LX 570. We then conducted a test where the arm was then attached to a test dummy. And then our final test was a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Can we go to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the exemplar 2021 Lexus LX 570 that was utilized during this test program.
Was this the same vehicle that was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we could go to slide 49, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out. So obviously, we talked about just now the Lexus here, the exemplar vehicle. We have a forklift that was hoisted up that ultimately was suspending the arm. I think I have an additional photograph that shows it close up, but the arm was suspended from the forklift at the correct height to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that steady state temperature for as long as possible.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the approximate position that we plan to have contact occur in these tests. So as you can see, the forearm is in contact with the lift gate and the quarter panel taillight along with the elbow.
Why did you choose this configuration for the arm, the forearm, the hand, the elbow?
It was based upon my review of Dr. Welcher's work, and that he did through his static and dynamic test or paint test that this is how the arm was roughly oriented when the alleged contact occurred.
What were you trying to replicate in positioning the arm this direction, this way, as it relates to the SUV?
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry, aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this
So I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
does this configuration align with your understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nope. Maybe approach. By the way, I was just taking myself off during the graphs so that way we could see them clearly. I'm still watching, but that's why I took myself down. Oh yeah, this is so embarrassing for him. Interesting that this, I will say, was interesting with the 17-mile-an-hour test of how it did shatter the tail light. That was surprising, but good to know. But I see that it wasn't as. I'm curious to see what the other testing shows, but I mean, if it did that, then we run into, okay, sure, at 17 miles an hour, an arm could bust the taillight, but what's the condition of that arm going to be? You know? I don't think it's going to be, I mean, we saw it. I don't think that arm's going to be working, is all I'm saying. 17 objections and 17 sustained. Make that 18. Wow. I know some people count these things. I get too distracted and I can't. I'm like, gotta keep a track of stuff. I agree, Inquisitive, and I did get your email, and I will get back with you. I know we're on a time difference, but I'll at least email you back after the show today. But yes, this looks very professional. You guys, they only got paid $50,000, which is a lot. That is a lot for experts, but compared to $400,000 for amateurs,
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide.
crazy.
It's maybe self-explanatory. What was the speed of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these two photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just after the install, and on the right is a thermal image of that. And
I love that.
if I may just point out with the temperature.
YouTube.
So one of the things you may see here is that due to the reflective chrome here, this is just an artifact of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in this testing to account for the temperature variance of the taillight assembly?
Yes, absolutely. And I will note we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground. And that is due to the fact during the installation process, one of my colleagues was positioned adjacent to the taillight fixtures, applying a compress of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Let's move on to the next slide. What are we looking at in this overhead view?
This is it's a drone video, so you're going to see the Lexus accelerate from left to right, impacting the hybrid suspended arm in the area where you could see the umbrella.
Can you use your spotlight and orient us? Where are the vehicles and the testing locations?
Yes. So the Lexus is starting here. You will see it accelerate in reverse with the hybrid arm suspended in this area here.
Okay. Is this a video or just a still shot?
This is a drone video.
Let's go ahead and play that. Dr. Wolf, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video, please. What is this?
This is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with the taillight, although I will note in this test, ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Go ahead. Did you see the impact area?
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a side swipe or a clip?
So I think the next couple of videos will help demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one. What are we looking at in this video? Or, I'm sorry, in this photograph.
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see contact occur between the taillight and the arm.
Okay. Can you explain for the jurors using this video what you meant by more of a side swipe or a clip?
Right. So this is where the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel taillight, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with, I'm sorry, what I previously said, the wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the taillight. And then on the forearm is more in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Okay. Can we move to the next slide? And what is this angle?
This is, yeah, same test, just a different angle with the high-speed cameras in slow motion.
And this is at 15 miles per hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or reconstruction, rather than being attached to an ATT?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if anything, even if it is attached to the body, there may actually be some additional force associated with that, just because there could be more mass attached to it.
Understood. Okay, let's go ahead and play this video. Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these three photographs?
So you're looking at, on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, again, we don't have, the hand isn't and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous tests, and the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight, with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight. And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the test vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
Describe what you did see in terms of damage or lack of damage on the taillight.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Describe the orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe. What was the orientation of the arm to the taillight in terms of how much of the arm touched the taillight? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand and the wrist and kind of the lower portion of the forearm, maybe to the mid forearm or so.
So nothing on the upper arm?
Correct.
Making contact?
Correct. Nothing on the upper arm. Yes.
Okay. If we can move past this slide and onto the next slide. What is this depicting?
So this is depicting the test taillights of the 15 mile per hour impact into the hybrid arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Was there any notable damage at all on the on the exemplar taillight following test C at 15 miles an hour?
My headphone shot me. That was weird.
The only thing there may have been was some very slight abrasions maybe to the plastic, but there certainly was no breaking or fracturing of the lens assembly.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 15 miles per hour?
In this test, it was inconsistent.
Even in a side swipe?
Correct.
Was that testing that we just saw done in accordance with scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 15 miles per hour in a side swipe configuration?
It's inconsistent.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this graph?
So you're looking at the hand acceleration over time. So you can see that because, as you saw in the previous video and slides, the hand initially made contact with the taillight. So that gets accelerated up first. So we're getting peak accelerations in this test for the hand of about 254 Gs. And yes, over a period of about a little over 6 seconds or 6 milliseconds or so.
What was the arm or the appendage outfitted with to determine the data on this graph?
Right. So if you think back to the lab testing that we did, right, because we didn't have, and again, this is kind of why we did the testing incrementally as we went about it, but in the lab test, we didn't have a way to mount the lift gate assembly to also evaluate that interaction. So when we moved outside the full scale vehicle testing, we had a lift gate taillight, obviously the full vehicle. So we also instrumented the hand with an accelerometer as well as the forearm. So we were able to measure the acceleration of both the hand and the forearm in these tests.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the, the acceleration of the arm. So you can see that it reaches a peak around 5 milliseconds at about, looks like just under 200 Gs.
And the next slide. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is doing, again, the integration of the acceleration data for the hand to determine what speed did the hand get accelerated up to. And you can see that at the onset of this, it's at rest, it's impacted and then gets up almost to 15 miles an hour in 4 milliseconds, ultimately does reach at about 18 milliseconds, it does reach that 15, but it's nearly at 15 at contact.
Thank you. The next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the arm. And again, because the hand was, and the wrist was more of the central impact to the ATD arm, this ultimately saw less acceleration, therefore less of a change in speed. So at around 6 milliseconds, well, roughly actually about 1 millisecond after it started to increase in acceleration, it's at about 5 miles per hour.
Is that reflected in the fact that the arm pivoted?
Yes,
spun?
there's some rotation going on, so it's not translating or accelerating.
Understood. Can we move to the next slide, please? Test D. What was the speed that you undertook in test D as in Delta?
So this is a 29 mile per hour impact into the suspended hybrid arm.
We move to the next slide. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So on the left is my colleague, again, compressing the taillight while we install the upper tail, the liftgate taillight to, again, try to maintain that steady state temperature. Over here on the right is the thermal image of the taillight after the install. So the average temperature of this taillight during the test was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide, please. Staying with test D, what is this depicting?
This is a drone video showing a top-down perspective of the test with the Lexus starting on the left-hand part of the screen, accelerating in reverse into the suspended hybrid arm over here at the location of the forklift.
Okay, if we could watch this video, please. Do your next slides show, there you go, the suspended arm. What are we looking at here?
So this is a video camera that was positioned on top of the forklift looking down at the arm. So you'll see the vehicle move from bottom to top as this video plays.
By the way, Dr. Wolf, what are the purple and white lines that we see have predominated? I'm sorry, I was talking over that.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
okay. What are the purple and white lines that we see?
So those are guidelines to help I will note that this is kind of like a needle in a haystack. It's very hard to hit this small of a target. So just served as a guideline to reference as we're accelerating rearward into this.
Is this in real time?
This is in real time, yes.
What's the speed that the vehicle is entering the frame at?
29 miles per hour.
Thank you. What happened to the arm in terms of its suspension?
It actually gets ripped off from the mounting location.
Is there a reason you believe physically that that arm was ripped off from the suspension tethers?
Well, certainly there was enough force to break the tie lines to the forklift.
Was there a test value of those tie lines?
I think they were rated at 150 pounds.
What does that suggest in terms of the force that was exerted just before we get to the other testing, the force that was exerted on the arms to tear off the tie lines?
Well, it indicates that the arm saw at least 150 pounds of force.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
So this is going to be a slow motion video. You'll see the Lexus accelerate in reverse, making contact with the arm. And again, this is the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Okay. Next slide, please. And what is this?
This is a video, a high-speed video, so slow motion of test D at 29 miles per hour into the ATD arm that is suspended. So you'll see the Lexus enter the frame from the right and impact the arm.
Okay. Was this strike more reflective of what you were attempting to replicate?
Yes, this was a more central impact to the arm. Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a high-speed or slow motion video depicting the test D at 29 miles per hour, just a different perspective than the previous video.
Okay. Next slide. And what are we looking at here?
So this is extracted frames from the high-speed video. So starting out left to right, this is roughly at first contact with the majority of the hand, the majority of the forearm in contact with the liftgate taillight, with a portion of the elbow in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Can I stop you right there on that far left frame? Does that fairly replicate what you were attempting to approximate in terms of the orientation of the arm versus the taillight?
Yes, more of a central impact compared to that first test at 15. Yes.
Is that more or less consistent with what you saw in Dr. Welcher's test, where he had his arm in that still shot associated with the geometry of the car?
Sustained.
Is this consistent with what you were trying to replicate after your review of Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
What were you trying to replicate, or why were you trying to replicate this at the 29 mile an hour test in this particular orientation?
We were trying to see, based upon Dr. Welcher's orientation, what happens to the arm in terms of the acceleration and the damage to the taillight at that configuration at contact.
Okay, next slide, please. What are we looking at?
So this is a photograph depicting the damage to the liftgate taillight as well as the quarter panel taillight.
And what do you note in terms of that damage?
So on the liftgate taillight, a significant portion of that thick 5 millimeter red outer lens is fractured and broken off. The underlying diffusers are still in place. There was a small crack in, I believe it was the upper diffuser here. The quarter panel taillight had the clear section damaged with the outer lens missing, along with some fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is another photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight. As I indicated, there is portions of the red lens cover missing. The interior diffusers remained largely intact in this test.
Next slide. What is this side-by-side depicting?
This is showing the results of the 29 mile per hour impact test to the test vehicle compared to that of the subject taillight.
Given that orientation of test D, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion, Dr. Wolf?
The results of this test.
And was that testing conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 29 miles per hour? When I say the right rear taillight, I mean of the subject vehicle.
Sustained as to that.
With regard to your opinion concerning whether the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What is depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the acceleration of the hand in the 29 mile per hour impact test with peak accelerations close to 800 Gs at 2 milliseconds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
This is the acceleration of the arm, reaching peak acceleration of about 500 Gs.
You indicated 800 Gs in the last graph. What's the difference? What's the difference in the delta between the 500 and the 800?
Between the hand and the arm?
Understood. Which one suffered or was subject to 800 Gs?
That would be the hand.
And which one was subject to the 500 Gs?
That would be the arm.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed. So what speed did the hand get up to as a result of the impact? So we can see that in about 3 milliseconds, the arm is moving nearly at almost 25 miles per hour. And then a little bit later, again, this is still very quick in time, at about 14 milliseconds, it's at about 30 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed of the arm as a result of the contact. So starting here at about 2 milliseconds, the arm accelerates up to, by 8 milliseconds, we're at about 35 miles per hour. And this, you may be wondering, why are we getting more speed than what the input was? And that's because you get a phenomenon known as restitution. Basically, there's an elastic collision between the two where you can get almost a bouncing effect. So when you have something that weighs 6,000 pounds striking something that's much, much lighter than that, it can actually cause it to accelerate up to a greater velocity than the impact speed.
Next slide, please. Test E, 24 mile an hour impact test. What is that?
So this is a 24 mile an hour impact test to the ATD arm attached to a test dummy.
Next slide, please. Why did you utilize 24 miles an hour for this test?
So it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I believe it's 1162.2. And I think at the end of that data, the speed is approximately 24 miles per hour. So we did a test at the end point, if you will, in that data set.
What is this photograph showing in terms of the orientation of the arm and the hybrid test dummy, or ATD?
So the orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in his static and dynamic test to show what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a thermal image of the taillights just after the install with the average temperature at about just over 33 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide. And what are we looking at?
So you're looking at a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
Let's watch that, please. Next slide. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Next slide. What is this view?
It's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build-up before it starts here.
And could we go to the next slide, please? And what is this?
So this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so a slow motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolf, I failed to ask this, it may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as liftgate taillights. And even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you. If you could play this for us, please. Next slide. In this configuration, was the ATD outfitted with the hoodie that you've earlier described?
Yes.
At the time you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the sleeve, the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before, it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact, and on the right is post contact.
Thank you. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video or in this picture?
So this is a overall photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any damage to the internal diffusers on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion, thank you. So the line right here that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying diffuser, but all of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
What about the chrome piece that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear acrylic toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Next slide, please. What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test, were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
On what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
So during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand, the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests conducted in accordance with methodologies that are generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in this particular test cycle?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, excuse me, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of approximately 435 Gs.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24-mile-an-hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, it's an echo, where it was standing with its right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm. What happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No,
Was it projected rearward?
no.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience?
Yes.
What is the 29 mile an hour impact test in test F?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy or a test dummy that was a full-on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about that. I will go back to that test even though we're looking at this one. With test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself,
Correct, right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe on the arm?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, or let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something
Just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the taillight being damaged several times that we've seen, was there any other damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no, it was
Okay.
in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the rescue Randy, and then you'll see the rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay. Can you play that one more time, please? Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered. So we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question. The blue, that's dry ice, gloves.
You can't, you don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So
Okay.
it's, he's wearing gloves. He's capturing the thermal images now.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are extracted frames from that video you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is just at contact.
Next slide, please. And what are we seeing in these series of photos?
So this is obviously during the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate in the back window. What you're seeing here is the back window shattering. And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's contacted.
Next slide. And what is this?
This depicts the post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus. As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the exemplar taillight, even at this direct impact?
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
At 29 miles an hour with a direct impact, did the exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage to the diffuser as the subject taillight?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
More
on this
damage?
was correct.
Okay. That was my question. And is there another slide at the on the back end of this one?
That's it.
Okay. We can have the lights. Dr. Wolf, you conducted tests at what miles per hour? Tell me the sequence.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
Sustained in that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion?
All of the test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident reconstruction community.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and education?
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating to the punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
The exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high-speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get started?
Of course, preference. Lunch is not good.
Jurors, why don't we let you have your lunch? Okay, so we'll come back. We'll come back ready to go at 1:30.
All rise in court, please.
All right. So they're going on lunch break just when I started having my snack. Thanks, Bev. Sorry. Okay. You guys, that was fascinating. I was very enthralled through all of that. So let's talk about it. That last one, the 29 mile an hour, is very interesting because it does show that an arm could break the taillight at high speeds like that. And it did show him sliding on the ground, which could maybe explain the grass stains. But what it doesn't show are two very important things: damage to his hoodie and where the taillight, the broken pieces would have fallen, which I think is very interesting because sure, an arm can break a taillight, but like, do the pieces, I mean, remember, John is found like, oh, I don't remember, was it 12 feet from the road, somewhere in between there. And the pieces were found in the yard as well. Only what? One red piece, I think, and two white pieces, or maybe that's the opposite, were found in the road. Like barely anything was found in the road. So I think that's very, very interesting. Hold on, let me scroll up and see where. Let's see, where do we leave off? Simone says car-on-car collisions have a really profound impact. The maximum WUF use was 29 miles an hour. And we saw the dent in the back of the car. Like they hit a person, which is not on Karen's car at all in the slightest. So I'm just curious to see what people's opinions are over, okay, yeah, we showed an arm, broke the taillight, and we did show that a body could skid, but we're still missing some really big key elements here. Kelly P says she wonders if those 3 jurors will be cause of a hung jury. Could be. Could be. A lot of work went into this. So much more. You guys, that this is how a normal expert testifies. Okay. This is, we're all sitting here being like, oh, look at them doing a good job. They're doing great. That's usually how experts are, respond, do. None of this other nonsense we've seen between Whiffen and Burgess and Welcher, that's for darn sure. The Inquisitive Room says, get ready when he says all plastic lands on the road. Yes, right? Right? Isn't that interesting? Where do they, if it doesn't fit, so quit. A phrase that's like 40 years old still stands true. Well, no, it wouldn't be 40. It'd be 30. Ooh, still not a great number. Inquisitive Mode says, without Proctor and Buchenheck, no plastic shards were in the sweater. Yes, that's very, very interesting. Inquisitive Room says they're waiting for cross-examination to say where the plastic landed. Could be. Could be. Oh, I thought it was fascinating. I was riveted the whole time. I mean, a lot of the stuff I don't understand, but also they made easy to understand, if that makes sense. Where am I at here? Okay. Right. The last one was the center of mass, which they talked about when we watched them yesterday. And I'm glad that they used an arm and then brought in, oh my gosh, what was this? Why can't I think of Brandy's name? Anyway, he's the star of the whole trial, I think. Let's see. Nikki says, I wish they showed all the broken bones, like Be in Trouble 31 video did. Oh yeah, that's the one who like got a fake arm, but it's, I know what you're talking about. I did see that. Such a difference from the Commonwealth expert. And this guy, they only could pay $50,000 for these guys, which is still very high. For expert testimony, still very high, but you know, it's interesting, right? It's very interesting. No, Jo did not go in the same direction as Randy. That is true. Polly says, I wish they would have done a test backing the Lexus into a similar model of John's car to show the crack from that. That would have been fantastic. Oh, that's a good, well, that's a good thing. Is it necessary? Probably not, but I'd be interested to see that as well. You're off the shop for beers, Inquisitive. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will get back to you on the email when I can tonight, okay? We'll get you sorted out. But you have a great day and have a wonderful weekend for sure. What's the news with the 3 jurors? There were just 3 people that weren't writing anything towards the end. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Some people write it. Some people are like, oh, just keep it in my head. So Simone says, what I can't wrap my head around is how Beth is sustaining those objections. I just don't understand. I'm sorry. No, I feel like every single one, she's not been like this at all in this trial, right? And I'm like, what is happening? Nikki says, Turtle Boy is in court today. He says the jurors are completely into Dr. Wolf, who couldn't be, taking notes even more than usual. Well, I think, you know, I think he is explaining things, you know, this whole trial, we've been wanting some answers, some guidance of like, not all this smoke and mirrors and all of this. And I think Dr. Wolf is doing a very good job compared to literally everyone else we've heard. Literally everyone else. What am I drinking, Deb? Some V8 Splash. It's, I want to say mango pineapple, something like that. I think I had too much coffee this morning and my stomach wasn't feeling good. So I switched to some juice. Lady, and also, by the way, I drink all of my drinks out of wine glasses soda, everything. So just because I have a wine glass does not mean I'm drinking. It's just this weird quirk I have. Honestly, I don't know if the science checks out, but I feel like my drinks always taste better. And if it's a soda, the carbonation lasts longer. I don't know the science on that. Maybe it's all in my head. I don't know. But I drink everything out of wine glasses. Okay. Let's see. Kathy says they need Karen Reed to be guilty so the real killers get away with it, in my opinion. I mean, some people, it does seem like that. Rescue Randy. Thank you, chat. Thank you. The real crash daddy of the whole case. Rescue Randy. I love that. Sam says Bev would not allow John's name to be mentioned during all of the questioning. Right? Weird. It's very weird. Because she seemed in the first trial kind of a little swooning over the ARCA guys, but I think they're definitely talking about a lot more stuff than what we watched yesterday. Because Dr. Wolf's testimony, complete direct, cross, redirect, recross, was an hour. He's been on the stand now for like 3-4 hours. And I think Hank is going to spend all day questioning him and not, I mean, if I was Hank, I would draw out the questioning as much as possible today, because then you have 2 weeks to come back and prepare with more questions. And that's probably what he's going to do. So, Lady in Gray says, the lawyer you know on X, who we love, Peter Tragos here. I'm way behind, but this is what an expert should sound like. Thank you, lawyer you know. And these are the tests that needed to be done to answer the questions in this case. Exactly. This is normal. This is all normal. It costs more to get a predetermined result, huh? $400,000. I hope people in Canton, in Massachusetts, are pissed, because there is a significant difference here, and I think that amateur doesn't hold any weight. Simone says, this is why Wolf is my PhD daddy. He lives within the right means. I do like that PhD daddy. I love that. He'd be doodling. Oh, Lady in Gray coming out with some good stuff here. Some objections are for leading conclusions without foundation, but some might just be picky, Bev. And I do feel like that, right? Because normally she'll give instruction about it. Now she has, granted, rephrase it differently or, whatever, but I don't know. Thank you, Deb. It is. It is. I feel much better after I switched to that. Been doing some more caffeine. Oh, you're keeping us on light. I love that. Oh, we're going shopping with you, Inquisitive. Going on a field trip. Let's see. Okay, so that's been a morning. I think that this really shows that, yes, his arm could have hit the taillight. Could have. But what about everything else? And I think that's what they really got across here is sure, that part makes sense. But what about the damage on the hoodie? There were no shards of glass sticking out there. Plus, I liked how they had to explain that there's the red plastic, and then underneath, I forget what they call those things, but the white part, that's pretty thick as well. And that there was damage to that. And I thought that was a very interesting point to bring up, because I don't think we talked about that yet at all. Simone says, Alessi, Jackson, Yannetti, and Little, the Medal of Honor goes out to them. I mean, they're very good at their job. They're very good at that. And gosh, I wonder if the jury is just thinking okay, so the defense paid way less, way less for these guys who don't really seem biased in any way. We know that, and the jury knows that they don't know it was the FBI, but they know that they conducted a lot of these tests before. But I also think that, again, they just make it a little bit more easier to comprehend, I think, for us laymen's, if you will. Sam says the way he broke the math portion down in the beginning was easier to follow, and then to give all the visuals of the test helped me bring it all together. Great witness. Yeah, he's a lot like Alessi. Alessi is brilliant. He's a very brilliant man. You can tell he is very smart, and he likes to be very knowledgeable on what he's questioning a witness about. And we all know that Alessi is very smart, but he doesn't talk down to the person on the stand or the jury. He does a great way of explaining all of that. And I think Dr. Whoop has that too. And I think that goes a long way, because Dr. Welcher was kind of a pompous jerk. And that's the thing, right? You can be smart, but you can come off as such an a-hole that nobody wants to listen to you. And I feel like that's how Dr. Welcher was, even when he was explaining things for Brennan's direct there. But they're gonna have to bring him back. I wonder, what do you guys think? You think the prosecution's gonna bring rebuttal witnesses? I'd be interested to know. I mean, could Dr. Welcher come back and counteract any of these things? I don't know. Oops. Oh, there we go. Sammy Sunshine says the way he broke the math portion down in the beginning was easier to follow. Did I just read this? And then give all the visuals the test help me bring it all together. I think I did just read this. But I agree. Lady in Gray says, you have to remember they set it up as if she hit him based on Welcher's test. They aren't saying she actually did hit him. That is correct. As a matter of fact, they said that it was basically inconsistent. That series of questioning at the end was basically them being like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't actually match up, which I think is very interesting. Shrunka said, the other compelling test for me was no damage to the hoodie from the tail light. Yes, I agree. Lady in Gray says, remember, Britton didn't want the jury to see any of this. No, he didn't. And I think we know why. And I do think he's going to come in hot today. Like, it's going to be rough, but I'm here for it. Dave, I won't listen to Welcher again. No, you can't make me do it. Oh, that guy was something, wasn't he? Simone says Welcher is probably on vacation with a test dummy, drinking pina coladas with a nut. I mean, I don't think it's going to be Rescue Randy he's going on vacation with. That's all I'm saying. And she said, forgot who Michael Easter is. He's a rebuttal in both sides, fighting with motions allowing him. Is he the one that is supposed to talk about evidence protocol or investigation protocol, whatever you want to call it? Is that guy? I feel like his name sounds familiar to me. Sam says the number charts and data and the rambling about things completely confused me from the CW. And then the blue guy test after the data seemed all random. It was. And like I said, as we've been watching it, what I need from the defense, and technically we don't need anything from them, right? It's not up to them to prove that Karen's innocent. It's up to the state to prove that she's guilty. But here we are. And so what I needed from the defense was to clear up a timeline, which they haven't done really yet, and what we're seeing, now. So because prosecution didn't do it for me for anything. Which test did they show Randy getting punched in the eye by the Lexus? Ooh, that's a good point. I'm going with Brennan because so when Dr. Welcher was talking, right, he had said that he had come to the conclusion or something. He was suggesting that the wound on John's eye, his right eye, I believe, came from the like spoiler wing thing. I don't know what it's called, but I think it's like a wing. I forget. They use both at the top of the Lexus. And then they messed up because apparently the Lexus has hydraulics and will go up and down by a few inches depending on what like mode you're in. But I didn't see, they haven't talked about that with ARCA. And I'm wondering if Brennan's going to try to attack. I mean, he probably is, because what else is he going to do? But I thought that was interesting. Go through the concrete floor at his skull. I mean, here's the thing, right? So at the lower mile per hours, it could be like, oh yeah, his arm may have hit the light and maybe he then stumbled back, right? Could kind of see that at like 10 miles an hour, but it didn't bust the tail light. Then they put it up to 17, and there you get the body moving more and more. And I mean, this is a dummy, so I think are some other possibilities that could happen. But then his body like goes up against the car a bunch of times. Like, I would think there'd be damage or marks on the right side of the car too, if that had happened. Angie says, Michael Easter, story, not a rebuttal. You're right, Llama. Defense wants him to testify about insufficiency of police investigation into John O'Keefe's death. Bev denied. Of course she did. Of course she did. Oh, I mean, maybe he was going to tell a story. I don't know. Yeah, it's I guess they could have asked maybe some law enforcement those questions instead, but they didn't call any law enforcement really in this trial comparatively. So that's interesting. Are you okay? Oh, that's great. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about the defense here. I mean, now some people are gonna, of course, have their own, opinions on what they need. But like, I don't know how anybody's watching this and being like, "Oh yeah, they're full of it." I don't know how one can do that, but I'm sure the interwebs are going to be talking about it all day. But yeah, this is all normal. This is completely normal for a trial. So, oh no, you're right. Look at us all working, putting our brains together here. I thought I read that too. That I don't know if it was this trial or the other one though, where she was like, "No, you can't question them about doing their job." But okay. All right. So you guys, if you haven't yet, please like this video. Subscribe to our channel. We do lots of things on this channel. Probably more than we actually should, I guess. But, it's not just Couch Court with Llama on the True Crime and Wine Time channel. So we have this during the weekdays. And then I do Couch Court After Dark, where we've been covering the Sean Diddy Combs trial, which is so crazy, you guys. What a wild circus that is. Oh, there was something about yesterday, and I don't remember what it was. I was like, ooh, I'm going to have to tell all you guys in the morning. That's why I should write things down. But then Terry also does Midday Missing on Monday and Wednesday. Oh, you know what? Let's look into those see if there's any updates about the POS from Washington that killed his daughters. Oh, they're still looking for him. They are still looking for him. Hold on, let me put this guy's stupid face up. And then you guys can blast it all over social media. Don't mean to bum people out, but this feels very important to me. So to all of us here, really. Oh, that's not the right one. Did you put you down and put no? There we go. All right, there's that POS. You see that guy? His name's Travis Decker, and he sucks. All right, those 3 beautiful little girls were his daughters, and he did not return them back to their mother for a custody exchange. Instead, the other day, the girls were missing. Everybody's been looking for them for a couple days, and sadly, the 3 girls were found dead at a campground because their piece of shit father, that garbage person right there, zip tied their hands and put plastic bags over their head and suffocated them. And they're still looking for this guy. They believe that he may have scoped out a hiding location before going off the grid because he does have outdoor survival skills. He was in the military, I think, went to mountain survival school and served in the U.S. Army. They believe that he is in the woods somewhere because I think he left his truck there, if I remember right. Now, I was talking about this, I think, before we went live last night. And put this all on your social media because people in Washington need to know. Because listen, this is a dangerous guy. Okay, if he's willing to do this to his own daughters, he'll do anything to anybody else, right? And so here's the thing, right, is in these scenarios, usually this is done to punish the other parent. And it's disgusting when people do this. And I was talking with Terry last night before we went live, and I was just like, I can see this guy going off into the woods, killing himself and nobody finding him just to make the mother live in fear for the rest of her life because the mother now is in like hiding. She had nothing to do with this. I mean, she's like protected hiding. I mean, but I could see somebody like that doing that just to get back at that person for the rest of their lives. And this guy seems like a real fucking dirtbag. Sorry, but he is. So spread that on there. We'll move back to less super depressing stuff. But I did want to check in on that and give everyone an update because I was doing some updates yesterday, and I think those little girls deserve so much justice. So yes, because he's gonna be out in rural areas, right? He could find a house to keep it, like, of course. I don't know, but it is heartbreaking. It's freaking horrible. Do I know where in Washington? Give me just a second to read this article because I said and I forgot. I want to say it's Winnetachee. The police department is Winnetachee Police Department. So what Chelan County Sheriff is who's looking into it. So whatever county that is, I'm not familiar with Washington. And the guy's name is Travis Decker. Or Travis Pecker. But yeah, that would be fantastic. So, oh yeah. There's some dogs barking like crazy outside. It's weird. Let's see, can you get my email address again? I just found my print so I can write it down. Yeah, they'll put it in chat. It's Tara, Tara, at tcwtmedia.com. Feel free to, send me whatever appropriate things only, please. Okay. Oh yeah, that guy fires me up too. Yes, it was at a campground. Yes, those are the worst people in the world. To me, anybody that does children. That's why I don't really like covering trials about children. It just it's pretty awful. Oh, I know, Dave. I know. Let's see, what else do I have to talk about? Sneak pics only, no sneak pics. I know where you are on the weekend, Savage. I will time you out so fast. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We don't do that stuff around here unless somebody is like spamming the chat or being incredibly offensive. I don't have dimples. So you're, oh, that's funny. That is funny. So next week on True Crime and Wine Time, we are going to be covering the Austin Harif case, which some of you might remember the headlines from several years ago. It was about like a younger male, I think he's in his early 20s, who bit the faces off of his neighbors, like ate their face in the garage in broad daylight. And a lot of people said it was from drugs. So whatever you think you know about it, though, it's not quite actually how it went down. So we're going to be covering that on Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Ooh, I know what it was. So Wednesday, we're going to be doing members only. We're going to try to do those every Wednesday this month. Next month, there'll be different times. But this month, Terry and I will be on every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern to hang out with all of our amazing members, because we appreciate all of your guys' support in all the ways that everyone shows it. But it helps pay for things like upkeep and wine and all that jazz. So every Wednesday we're gonna hang out with our members and be silly. Who knows what we're gonna do every week, but we just want to make sure that we let everyone know how much we appreciate their support in all of the ways. And if you're a member, so when we're live in Ohio in July, it will be streamed in real time to our members as well. So in case you can't come, you can always become a member. And you get to do other stuff. You get to like use cute emojis. And I think some special commands are going to be coming soon. Members only, the live events, and some other stuff we might be doing. So become a member if you can. If you can't, guess what? We do have a generous chat, and sometimes they gift memberships to others in chat. It's random from YouTube. Nobody gets to pick who they give gifts to. But what you do is you click the join button, and then in the top right are 3 dots. Click that, and then it should say gift membership settings. And then you just turn that on, and you might get gifted a membership at a certain point. So there's always, that we know that not everyone can afford things, and that's okay. All right. I'm a broke bitch too. So I get it. I get it. But like I said, chat is very generous and gives all the time. So feel free to do that. Oh, you need to feel free to buy a membership. Now you're already green, which means you have one. And maybe if you were gifted, you might have to wait until that gifted one expires before it lets you. It used to be that way a couple years ago. I don't know if they've fixed that or not. Right. Right. But yeah, Oh, there we go. There's the instructions for that. That's how you guys can get gifted a membership. So I think we're going to play some games maybe on Wednesday. We're going to see where are the dots. It should pop up a screen where it has like the different tiers. And then up on the right, it might be different depending on devices, but on the right, you'll see 3 dots and click on those. Oh my goodness, Dave. Dave just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Dave. You're the best today. Thank you. That's so generous of you. Congratulations to all of our new members. I don't have the stream pulled up to see the names, but congratulations to our new members. It's going to be a fun members only now, right? The more the merrier. Oh, thank you again so much. That's lovely. Some stuff might show up in your mailbox, like my mailbox. Oh, am I getting a package today? Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you have to wait for your gift to expire before you can buy a membership. Yeah, I guess it's still that way. That's interesting. Right? Dave gets a gold star today. You all get gold stars, I promise. Oh my goodness. Okay. What else are we going to talk about, gang? What do you want to talk about? I got nothing. Except for just how excited I am to not sit in this chair for the next 2 days. Oh, are you guys interested in watching Lori Vallow when we're in jury? Sorry, I don't know why I'm trying to eat when I'm talking. Sorry, that's probably really loud. Because that's what I think we might stream when jury goes to deliberate. Poker Llama, that is not that kind of members only. Not that kind of members only. I think that's only members. That's not happening. Oh boy. Lady Gray's always up for pro se defendants. I mean, aren't they wonderful? Them and the pro se soft sits. Oh my gosh. I can't believe those people. I love them. They're ridiculous. They're so ridiculous. But yeah, I don't really see any more popular. Oh my gosh, you know what? I do that and it looks like I'm not even wearing a shirt. Oh my gosh, it's weird. Like, put that there so people know I am wearing a shirt. Let's see. Deb says, I think Lori watches the Karen Reed trial. Her cross yesterday felt a little like Brennan to me. Ooh, interesting. I tried not to read anything about Lori, so that way if we do watch it, I'm going to be surprised. But she defended herself with Charles Vallow on the last one, right? And she was obsessed with his shirt being made out of bamboo. Okay. That he was wearing a bamboo shirt. It's so funny. It was weird. It's like, okay, but it's not like a suit of armor. And she latched on to the weirdest of things. That woman is just something. Oh, look at that. My sleepy teenager's finally emerging after I woke him up like 45 minutes ago. Hi, buddy. I am live, by the way, just to give you a heads up, okay? Let's see. Oh, Angie has some more advice here. If you search True Crime and Wine Time on Google, click the link for the channel and you should see a join button. The 3 dots are there too. Yeah, it's like something weird about if you're using, iDevices or Droids. I don't know. I don't know why they make everything so damn difficult. Sam says, Llama put all the fuzzy socks so that's the only clothing made with all night. I have so many fuzzy socks. So great idea, Sam. Great idea. Oh, look at that. Eddie Irene got a gift from a gifted membership from Dave. That is so awesome. Welcome to the member club, Eddie Irene. Hope you're doing great today. Hope you're doing fantastic. She does think she's Game of Thrones. Let's see. Angie says also, if you just exit chat, join should be right on the page below. Llama showing live. Okay. Okay. Excellent. What is your guys' like? Let's get to know chat. We've got time. We'll just hang out. Why not? I don't really have anything else to say. What is your desert island? You can only bring one DVD box set of like your favorite show. Oh, it just started like pouring down rain. I think that's rain, not hail. I don't know. Anyway, what is one TV box set that you would take with you to the desert island that you would watch for your time there? It's a hard one because I don't know what my answer is. I'd probably, I love a lot of good TV, but I would probably say Bob's Burgers is probably what I would take. That's probably what it would be. It'd be tough. And then there's Game of Thrones, which is really good. And then there's my comedies. I'm sticking with my first initial one. All right, let's see what you guys have to say. All right, here we go. Lady in Gray says Criminal Minds. Oh, you even named your cat. You even named your cat Dr. Spencer Reed. So that makes sense. Does the island have a DVD? Yes, that's why you're bringing a DVD box set. So that way, for some reason, that's all that's on the island. Like we're in Severance. We're out on an orc bow. And, Severance is a good one too. Yeah, but there's only 2 seasons out. So I don't know how the rest of it's going to go. Oh, that's a really good suggestion, Eddie Irene. ER. A long series, and maybe I will have some life-saving tips on there. I mean, I don't know how accurate their medical stuff is. I imagine reasonable enough, more than I would know what to do. Angie says Game of Thrones or Harry Potter. I can't choose, so I'll stuff them in one. All right, that's a good one. I mean, Game of Thrones would probably be my second one because I can talk about that show and that world for like ever. I'm obsessed with it. Deb says Yellowstone. I have not watched Yellowstone, but I've heard very good things with Elbow-Feet. I just haven't gotten around to it because our queue is like ridiculous. Oh, look at Elbow-Feet being creative. I would bring the Villa, this old house, so I could build a house. That's great. Good to know, Elbow-Feet, that when we get lost on the island, you're going to be building stuff while I just sit there and watch Bob's Burgers. Captain, maybe Futurama because it goes on forever, right? Have not watched the new one, Futurama, yet either. Still on our list. Sam says Game of Thrones or Rackin' Base Christmas Collection. I don't know what that second one is, but all right. Yes. Oh, the X-Files. That's a good one. Raindrops and Feathers. We should do a rewatch of the X-Files. I haven't seen the X-Files forever. That's a show I'm surprised they haven't rebooted to be, and I bet you they will be soon. The reboot in Buffy. A lot of the shows from that time, they're starting to reboot, and X-Files would be fun to rewatch. I don't think I've ever watched it in its entirety because it used to scare me when I was a kid. And I've seen quite a few episodes, but just never continuously. Oh, my other show would be Lost. Oh, that's tough. Do I go with Lost or Bob's Burgers? I don't know. Terry True Crime says Sex in the City. Does your island have booze, Terry, for your Cosmos to drink while you're watching that? Dave says he doesn't watch much TV, but I'd go with Seinfeld if I had to. All right, some humor. Like that. I like that. Shanka says Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon. All right, good answers. Good answers. Oh, it's Savage Guess You. To avoid reruns, Doctor Who, except the last 3 or 4 seasons. Sir, we are about to be best freaking friends. Okay, high five. High five. I have many thoughts after Capaldi was gone, and I introduced a few of our friends into the world of Doctor Who, and I was like, "You're gonna love it," and I do love Doctor Who so much. But I don't know if I would take for the island. But who's your favorite Doctor, Savage? Mine's Matt Smith because he's just amazing at everything. Though I love many of the Doctors, so. I'm going to try not to nerd out too hard. Chat's like, what are you guys even talking about? Kelly P, The Heart of Dixie or Gilmore Girls? Oh, I do love the Gilmore Girls. That's nice. Off topic, people, Liz Mom. Okay. A customer leaves me a baby Jesus every other day, and I don't know who it is. That is very weird, but okay. Mystery. Need to solve it. What kind of baby Jesus? Interesting. Let's see. LOV or Naked and Afraid, tons of episodes, survival tips, plus naked people. We do love our wilderness survival shows. I would never do it in a million years, but the Naked and Afraid people are wild. Like, why would you even sign up for that one? And they did it once in like Canada when it was cold as balls out, quite literally. I was like, that just sounds like the worst time ever. Let's see. Oh, good answers, Nikki. The Office or Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul for me. Both fantastic shows. Did you know that they're doing like a spin-off of The Office? Oh, shoot. I think it's called The Paper. I can't remember who it's. I saw it on Reddit. It might not even be true, but I think it was true. I forget who's going to be in it. Yeah, I think it is real because they did like an interview with the person. Anyway. Oh, you met David Duchovny and he gave you a hug? I love that. That is very cool. You know, speaking of meeting people, well, I didn't get to meet them. But earlier in my life, I had a job where I had my own business where I made shoes and made like nerdy shoes and all of that. And I would have different fabrics. Anyway, all the fandoms. And I had this one woman order a pair of Doctor Who shoes that she wanted. It was like a custom order of heels. And it was very cool because it was David Tennant, who's the 10th Doctor. It was his pinstripe suit fabric, right? And then it was like, what's it called? The sailor style. Oh, like the tattoos that old sailors used to have, like that style, right? With Bad Wolf for Rose. Anyway, so I made these shoes for her because she was going to a convention. And she then emails me back after she got them. She loved them. She had David Tennant sign them at a Comic-Con. And he was like, oh my God, like, where did you get these? And she was like, I had this woman on the internet make them for me. And he was like, oh, these are fantastic. And he signed them. And then she put my shoes in a box. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. I wasn't there, but I was just, oh my God, David Tennant stole my shoes. I do love David Tennant as well. Me and Lou Purdue. Love that name. Let's see. Ooh, Quantum Leap. That's a good one. I love Quantum Leap. Didn't they try to bring that back and it didn't do well? Probably. That's too bad. Lady and Grace says The Walking Dead or The Big Bang Theory would be your second or third. Good choices. Good choices. Let's see. Eccleston. Oh, it should have been more though. Yeah. I agree. I think, I mean, yeah, his episodes aren't great, but I think now people go back and watch it and appreciate him as the Doctor more. I love them all, except things get really weird and the writing is shit at a certain point, and it makes me angry. Makes me so angry. Oh, okay. Law and Order and SVU, lots of seasons. Love that. In Canadian winters, I can assure you that shrinkage is involved. It's nuts. And all they gave them were like these little like fur ponchos. I was like, these people are ridiculous. Oh, I do watch a lot like Alone and all of those where they live out in the Alaskan and Canadian wilderness. I was like, that's nuts. No, thank you. I'll never do that. And then there's bears. Crazy people are crazy, but I'll watch them. I'll watch them be crazy. And then I'll sit there and eat food while they're starving. It makes me so hungry. Oh, I love that. Oh, okay. The paper is the spinoff name since the original was a paper company. Okay. I thought I read something about that. All right. Oh, yes. The pic of the baby Jesus, that mystery baby Jesus. I love that. Yeah, it was so awesome. I geeked out. Oh, thank you, Sam. Thank you. It was a lot of work, but it was fun while it lasted. Okay, you guys do have a lot of bears. Oh, scary. Eccleston in Shallow Grave is a top horror performance. Oh, I bet. Dexter would be good, but I'm terrified on the island of hope. It's true. Have you guys seen the new trailer for? Oh, by the way, you guys, I freaking love TV. Everyone will tell you I watched way too much of it. It's really my main passion. But have you guys seen the trailer for Dexter Resurrection that's supposed to come out this summer? I think it's coming out in July. But they just dropped the trailer the other day, and it looks pretty good. It does have Michael, I can't remember, Michael C. Hall, brain fart. Peter Dinklage is in it, and Uma Thurman is also in it. And I don't know the premise, but what I gathered from the trailer is Peter Dinklage is some sort of very affluent, wealthy individual. And this takes place in New York City. Somehow, I don't know, Dexter escapes the hospital. I don't understand how. But I think we're just not going to talk about New Blood. We're just not going to acknowledge that part of the series ever again. But I think he's like bringing a bunch of serial killers together, like as a game or a con. I don't know. Anyway, it does look pretty freaking cool, and I'm excited about it. Let's see up here. Where do we leave off here? Over 27 seasons of SVU, right? You're gonna be there for a while, so that's. I mean, I won't Bob's because we're at like 15 seasons right now. Let's see. Oh, good afternoon, Joe. Hope you're doing well. Thought today was an off day. Just got the mail and I got a damn jury duty notice. Yeah, that's kind of exciting. I don't know. I mean, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. But that would be interesting. Okay, so CBS Boston said on Friday that Tuesday was going to be an off day, Thursday was going to be a half day, and Friday was going to be an off day. That's what CBS Boston said last Friday. None of that schedule was true this week. Well, I'm not saying that they were wrong. It's just Beth must have changed her mind. So yesterday was no court. We watched our reruns. Today's been a full day. And they had Dr. Wolf from ARCA on the stand this morning. So I do suggest going back and watching that later so you can hang out with us now. But they did all sorts of experiments. Definitely recommend. He's been on the stand all morning. When we get back from lunch, which should be any freaking moment, because they said 1:30, Brennan will start his cross. So I don't think it's going to go well. Let me see. Welcome back, Inquisitive Realm, with beer and food. Have you missed anything? Nope, we're just hanging out. We're just hanging out, talking about our favorite shows and what we would take to a desert island. Let's see. When do I sleep? That's a good question. When do I sleep? No, I do. I do sleep. I'm probably going to sleep a lot this weekend. I might take some sleepy time pills tonight and just sleep in the morning because I've had a hard time waking up early this week. But that's the thing, right? I'll have a hard time waking up during the week. And then come the weekend, it's like, oh, you know what, Tara? We're going to wake up at 5 a.m. because it's a Saturday. Why not? Every freaking weekend. Every single weekend. Oh, really? Is there a limit on? I've never heard of that. At least not in my state have I ever heard there was an age restriction, because really I think a lot of juries are made up of olderish people, only because a lot of them are retired or availability reasons is why you will see a bunch of, older, or if you want to call them that, people on juries. Ooh, strong opinions on Dinklage a little longer. Okay. I know some people have their qualms about him. That's true. You could be in a jury in front of Beth. Could you imagine? Oh, Suffolk. We'd say Suffolk. I can't even say it. Suffolk County. Okay. By the way, if any of you have ever been on a jury before or witnessed in a case, or maybe you're, I don't know. Anyway, you want to talk about, come on my show Couch Confessions, where we just talk about your experience with the legal thing. It can be from all different perspectives. I'd love to talk to you. You can fill out that little form that Angie put in the chat there. And I'd love to, just hang out. I promise I'm not scary. I think raindrops and feathers can vouch. I'm not scary. Suffolk. Okay. You guys on those folk? So you guys say folk instead of folk? So you guys say folk music instead of folk music? I'm just wondering. Oh, it definitely sounds like they say that every morning when the jury comes. Oh. Well, that was fun. I'm glad I got to know everybody's shows that they like. Look at us all bonding and getting to know each other well. I mean, that's the thing, right? We spend, like 6 to 8 hours a day hanging out with each other. We're going to learn a lot. Probably more than we really need to know about one another. But like I said, this is how me and a lot of people in the chat met, hanging out in chats while watching trials. So, and I met so many cool people that from all over. It's pretty awesome. It's massive. What can I say? Well, you know what? I can tell you this. This trial has not deterred me from ever wanting to go to Massachusetts. That's for sure. It sounds like a beautiful, wonderful place. I know that this trial doesn't represent all of the people in Massachusetts. And, I think that's important to remember. And I would absolutely love to visit your guys' state sometime. Elbow Feet was born in Massachusetts. I want to say whatever base. military bases at Cape Cod, maybe, or something. So no one said war stars. Oh. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. And if you guys live in a different country other than the US, because I do know we have quite a few viewers from all over the world. Like one day a couple weeks ago, we had viewers from 25 different countries, and I was like, what? That is wild. It's so weird when you think about that. And I would love to talk to people in a different country about how they view watching American trials and what their own country's justice system is like, because it does vary all over the place. So if you ever want to do that, fill out that form, and we'll try to set something up to hang out. Joe, I'm from Ohio. Okay. We do have a reputation of going around. But Ohio is really cool. I tell people all the time. Ohio is actually a really cool place to visit. But we have every place has their things, right? I can't tell if that is thunder or what. Thunder is somebody moving a trash can. I don't know. Probably thunder. It did rain a little bit. Right? I would love to hear that too. I think it's very interesting. And I wonder why that is. And particularly like the UK, we do get not a lot of UK legal news, but some. And I think it's very interesting. All the differences. I don't speak any other languages, so it would have to be an interview in English. If you happen to see that, and it's okay if you don't very well, we can always, work that out. I certainly wouldn't judge you. I can't even speak English well half the time. So, let's see. Oh, okay. You've never committed a crime. Good. Our judicial system is scared of me. Coppers are terrifying when I was a kid. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ooh, the mushroom lady. I forgot about the mushroom lady. Speaking of, I need to catch up on that. So you guys heard about the trial going on in Australia. It started right when Karen Reed started, actually. And I haven't kept up with it since like day 3, all about it. And this woman had invited her ex-husband and his parents and aunts, whatever, over. An ex-husband ended up not showing up to lunch. And she invited them over with a ruse of she wanted them over because she found out she had, I believe, ovarian cancer, and she wanted them over to see how she was going to tell her kids about it. Well, everyone that went to that lunch, so she had made a beef Wellington with mushrooms. It turned out that those were all poison mushrooms, death cap mushrooms. And so 3 of the people died. One of the guys ended up surviving, right? But you see, hers was served on a different plate. And when the hospital finally figured out it was poisonous mushrooms, they were like, oh, you've got to come back to the hospital. Like, this is, and she refused. She refused any medical treatment, which is very suspicious. Okay, but then there were searches for mushrooms, and she went and picked them and used a food processor. It's wild. It is very wild. And look at that. We're back.
3:45. So we're going till 3:45 today.
We're going till
Okay.
3:45 today. I will. All right, let's see what Brennan's going to bring. Oh, yeah, she did a lot of really suspicious stuff. A lot of suspicious stuff. Oh yeah, they were pretty wild. So 3:30 then, probably, right? It's Friday. I guess we'll get out a little early. That's fine.
Put us back in session, you may be seated.
So jurors, we are going to stop today at 3:45.
Interesting.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Group. All right, so, okay, great. Thank you.
There, I pulled that up so I can look at it later.
All right, do we have the actual? Okay, great. Yep. So,
Exhibit 216.
thank you. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that ARCA does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct. Yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment. Yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense, that really had nothing to do with you. That was ARCA before you began working there.
ARCA as a whole, yes. The work that we do, yes.
Not you.
As I said, I wasn't involved specifically in that project. No.
And you mentioned that you did some stuff, or the company does some things for the NHL.
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that ARCA does as far as clients, right?
Certainly.
Did you share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms?
Yes, we do.
And you do litigation, insurance companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do and the NHL, but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see. You provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us you've been the director of accident reconstruction at this company, ARCA, since 2017.
No, not since I started.
You started with ARCA in 2017.
Correct. Yes.
When did you become the director of accident reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024. So about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACDAR.
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both parts first time?
I don't recall if it, I think it was I had to retake, I think the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well, not so elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident. You have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all of the math correct.
So we understand there's a multiple choice question part. That's the easier part, correct?
I don't know, it's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually have to go out in the field and do assessments, kind of like things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you didn't pass?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say, you took it again.
Correct.
And ultimately, you passed both sections of that test?
Yes.
In your CV, you list your schooling. And you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
And you have publications.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle,
Yes.
and Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
In your entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions, or that you're involved in pedestrian type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
You write or you note areas of specialty, and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, HVEDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes.
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
Yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes.
And during the time before you came in to testify, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
Well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
My question, more precisely, before you testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Yes.
And in fact, some of the time that you spent, ARCA actually billed the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
Eventually after the trial, yes.
During that time, you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
No.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Was it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Was there anybody from the defense with you on the ride over?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke.
And who?
Mr. Wolk, I think is it pronounced? Am I saying it wrong?
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
Not with the Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
And you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
After you testified last year, the court ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your communications with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records, you know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date, it's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had with the defense?
From what I recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50.
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well, you were asked to search your records of the text messages. Did you do a thorough search to see if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all?
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you know if they were still under the recently deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
Is there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding, once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
Okay. And so at some point you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
Tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
Mr. Jackson had indicated that he and his defense team utilized an application known as Signal for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it, you're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal as an encrypted app leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was default.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many times or how many clients would you use Signal with?
This was the first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
Before you testified last time, at the last proceeding? Or should I say, when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustained in that.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my questions. So
Sustained.
I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And when you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, because you list out the answers to each and every one of the questions that you had prepared.
Yes.
So for every question, there's an answer that you provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that is not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
Then you put a footnote, a comment. And you said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. Did you write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases, by the time I get involved, the evidence has gone from the roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that showed independence?
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night. Yes.
Statistically speaking, by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes.
In fact, when you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
Correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point to the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it's important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
So you weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day, it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important and it helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you
Well-
invite, excuse me, why did you invite somebody else to interject in your independence and guide you to leave something out? Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court under oath, would you take the affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
I'm allowing it.
Yes.
Before you testified in the proceeding last year, there was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct.
When you were
Yes.
sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You'd only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for
And
clarification.
when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question. No.
It wasn't whether you're being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Move the approach.
Sure.
Sorry, I had to go clean my popcorn fingers. Oh my God, what is he doing? Why are we asking all of these annoying questions? Like, I don't understand why Brennan thinks this is the best route to go. Okay. When your witnesses, you paid your witness $400,000 and you want to sit here and make it seem like this guy's been talking with the defense team. And so freaking what? We heard what his witnesses said. Remember, they changed their freaking report in the middle of the trial. This is horrible. This is so bad. And I think the defense is trying not to object too much because they know that Dr. Wook can hold his ground here. And it's just making, the more they let this go, the more it's probably going to make Brennan look like an idiot.
After your first testimony,
You need to talk to the damn mic.
you appreciated that you made a statement under oath that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note. I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times when you asked me how many times I'd been qualified. I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, with 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total, not sure if you want to clear it up or just leave it. Was that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
Did you just leave it?
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
Do you ever
Sure
heard the
does.
terms confirmation bias?
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you suffer from any confirmation bias in this case?
No.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts of the data, but one side over the other.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wife?
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
Approach?
Yes.
That's right. He's gonna go with this. Don't you keep your wife in mind? Line of questioning, because okay, he did this during voir dire. This is gonna be hilarious. Get ready.
No, I have not.
Never seen that.
No.
Bring it back. You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
When you first took a look at some of the facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent with some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Renshaw have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the data that you shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Certainly, he's going to rely on a lot of that test data, yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Renshaw cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity indices? Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
This bee, man. Starting to get mad. Starting to get real mad. That she just lets him keep going. And with all of his BS. Hey, Juju Bean. Welcome to Crazy Time. Over here. Yes, all of Couch Court will be we'll meet Brennan outside. Catch me outside, why don't you? Oh my god, he's so annoying today. I get he's just doing his job, but come on, we gotta have better questions than the ones he's asked. I don't even understand why he's asked so many of these. The juror who is very interested in the direct sat during cross with her arms folded and a skeptical look and spinning her pen. Yeah, because what do you even have to write down? Those are wild questions that I've never heard anyone be asked on cross, to be quite honest. Oh, God. All right, for some reason, my headphone jack thing keeps shocking me sometimes. I don't know what that's about. Weird. Yeah, objected twice. She didn't even give an answer. Why is she one? Not yelling at Brennan to keep his voice up because we know the fans in AC at Beyond because it's in the afternoon and that's when it gets the hottest. She doesn't say shit to him, but she sure did to Dr. Wolf earlier today about it and Jackson about it. And if you notice, Hank has no problem standing at the podium asking questions. He's done it the whole trial, except he did this too with I think with the Sogra. He didn't stand by there at all. And it's just very interesting. And I wonder if that's a tactic of his when he has to ask these ridiculous questions that he comes up with. And he doesn't want them to be heard so well by the jury because he doesn't seem to have a problem with it for the majority of this trial. So, oh, yes, the questions about his wife. Oh. Hey guys, if you haven't yet, yes, please like this video. It helps let other people know that we're alive and live, apparently.
Let me again ask you about this book that is cited in Dr. Rentschler's report. By the way, have you read Dr. Rentschler's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Rentschler, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you, in working closely with him, take the time to study his report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, wouldn't that particularly interest you since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes,
And
yes.
as part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education? Don't you
Yes.
think- and they're relying on the fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Well, I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan, next question.
Oh, that's the strike.
Strike that, Jules.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in and you're going to present an opinion based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study the basis for that opinion before you give it?
Yes.
When you saw in Dr. Rentschler's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstration or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis of those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Rentschler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
When you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26, understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic review? Did you review that?
No, sir.
Have you seen any articles that support the proposition that a hybrid 3 arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Rentschler is going to be addressing the. You're shaking your head.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first, Mr.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Rentschler is assessing the injuries to the arm, okay? He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
So you have no independent experience or research or knowledge, not Dr. Rentschler, you don't have any independent research or science or knowledge to support your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes into the skin.
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Rentschler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
You've given multiple opinions about this to this jury, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Rentschler, name the papers, the studies, the lower treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions, that a hybrid 3 arm can be used in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of opinion.
I certainly, ATD crash test dummies can be used for impact testing, yes.
Not impact testing. We're talking about tears to clothes, abrasions to skin. And I'm asking for the third time. Name one journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on for the basis of your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report, no.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right? It is Friday. Maybe it should be midday Moscato time. This is crazy.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at materials some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said unconstrained, what did that mean?
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today, no.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that was a theory?
No.
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
Based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory. That's why you built the potato cannon,
The pressurized cannon, yes.
pressurized cannon. And you shot a glass at the rear taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour, there'd be similar damage.
Yes.
And then you came into court last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage.
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, if a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the tail light was consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear tail light, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
Knowing that it was found near his body, well, you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how would the bottom of the glass bounce with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, would you consider how its speaker would be left at the curb?
No, I did not evaluate that.
If glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on the lawn?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night. So I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's where it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows went all the way to the side of the yards or were just down the middle? Looking at that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you give any careful consideration to if the glass was thrown and hit the back of that taillight, how would it be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's yard?
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not, if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the tail light to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Sustained.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently.
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th
April 6th?
or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May
if I'm not
7th.
mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Early April?
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
Well, it wasn't last night. It was
Sorry,
probably
maybe Wednesday.
probably-
Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult. Yes.
You would want to know if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory. Yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact, that's how it's positioned. It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit after they hit. Can it?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards the vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is.
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, is it consistent with a collision?
So you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction stops. You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't understand his question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Objection.
Can you answer that, Dr. Long?
Again, it depends on the type of impact. For the alleged contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to
I'm not
this.
talking about studies. As far as data, information, you as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
Objection. This is 5 times.
And this time we'll get an answer and that'll be it.
We got an answer every single time.
Can you answer that, Dr. Long?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
Objection.
Sustained. Strike. Jurors disregard.
Okay. When you were doing these video demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
Data changes if information changes, right?
I'm not sure I understand
That's
your
a
question.
tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please?
I missed what that exchange was because I had to check tick for ticks on elbow feet. What happened? If somebody can fill me in.
Now look at force on the bottom. The first letter F signifies force, correct?
Correct.
And the last 2 letters, MA, signifies mass. Yes?
Correct.
That's a very important part of that equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you change the mass, it can change the whole analysis, can it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Let me make it more simple. When you did these tests, you chose a arm from a hybrid 3 crash dummy, didn't you?
Yes.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, when you made that choice, you knew that John O'Keefe's arm, based on the statistics and his weight of being 216 pounds, you knew that his arm weight would be 11.8 pounds, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that he was 6'1" tall.
Yes.
When you decided to choose an arm in this case, you didn't choose the arm closest to his weight, did you?
It was representative enough. Yes.
It was representative enough.
It was close enough. Yes, sir.
Close enough. Wouldn't you want to get an arm most closely related to his actual weight?
I don't know that you can have custom-made ATDs.
You probably can't custom make them, but they have one that's 12 pounds. You know that, don't you?
Are you referring to the 95th percentile?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So there's a 12-pound arm. Mr. O'Keefe's is 11.86 according to the statistics. You know that, right?
Yes.
You looked it up.
Yes.
You didn't tell us that on direct, though, did you?
I don't believe I was asked that.
No. Instead of choosing the 12-pound arm, which is 0.12 difference, you chose a much lesser weight, didn't you?
It was about 10 pounds. Yes.
No, it wasn't about 10 pounds. It was less than 10 pounds. Let's be exact. You're a scientist. Let's be as precise as possible when we're talking about data. It was less than 10 pounds, wasn't it?
I think according to the spec sheet, I think it's 9.4 pounds total.
How about 9.38? You keep coming up a little bit. 9.38 pounds.
Sustain in that form.
May I approach?
Yes.
His guys didn't add the 3
Showing you
seconds
a
start
photograph.
difference. They didn't add a bunch of stuff,
Is
did
that a
they?
photograph of your materials in this case?
Yes.
And in that photograph, it shows the arm that you used in your studies, doesn't it?
Correct.
And it shows that that arm weighs 9.38 pounds, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is less than the 11.86 pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes?
Correct. Yes.
You didn't put that photograph in your PowerPoint to make it clear to everybody you were using an arm that was a much lesser weight, were you?
No, I didn't put that photograph.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Of course, permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Just give us a minute, let Madam Court Reporter mark it.
217.
Yes, now you can play it.
This is the arm that you used in all of your videos, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you can see, could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman, on the weight? 9.38 pounds.
Yes.
There's a bigger difference between 9.38 and 11.86 than there is 12 and 11.86, isn't there?
Correct. Yes.
So when you do the math, and have you done the math before on this? When you do the math, it's 26% difference, isn't it?
In terms of more force.
No, of mass, weight, 26% difference, right?
I'm going to trust you. Yeah,
Well, do you have a calculator?
I do.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Okay. And before you do that, you took this from Mr. O'Keefe's 6'1". You used a crash test dummy that, what is the height on it?
Well, the ATD, I believe, is 5'7". The Rescue Randy, I think, is 6 feet tall.
We'll talk about the Rescue Randy later. We have questions about Randy. But let's talk about this. 5'9". You said 5'7". It's actually 5'9".
Sorry, 5'9". Yes.
5'9". And it's 170 pounds.
171, I believe.
Mr. O'Keefe's not 170 pounds.
No, not his whole body.
He wasn't 5'9".
Correct.
Okay. So when you do the math and you take the 9.38 pounds based on the 171-pound doll, and you look at the percentage, doesn't it come out to 5.48% total body weight?
Yes.
And so the difference when you look at it It's a 26.3% difference from his actual weight, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
And so I'm probably at the 6th grade level on this, but isn't it very basic that the more something weighs, the slower something has to go to have damage? And if something weighs less, the other part that collides and the force has to go faster.
The force is going to be greater if the mass is greater.
So if you throw a 5-pound rock into a window, you can throw it slower to cause the same damage if you have a 2-pound rock.
I don't know if I agree with that analogy.
So you agree that based on the 26% difference, in order to actually be accurate, to be specific, to be scientific, you then have to adjust the speeds that you presented on the demonstrations, and you have to reduce the speed by 26%.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that. You think that having a lighter arm, so what you're telling us is having a lighter arm will cause the exact same amount of damage to the taillight studies as a heavier arm. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, if you look at, for instance, the 29-mile-an-hour impact test, that's significantly more kinetic energy. So the momentum of a 6,000-pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, that's going to overcome whatever the mass is that it's hitting at that point.
You're sidestepping my question.
Objections.
Sustained. Ask a question, Mr. Brennan. Just ask a question, no more.
My
comments.
question is, are you telling us that having a lighter arm does not impact the damage in these tests as opposed to using the heavier arm?
Certainly not in the field test, no.
And so you disagree that when you look at the weights of those arms, do you disagree there's a 26.3% difference?
Yes.
You disagree.
No, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you agree there was a 26.3% difference in the arm weight that you used opposed to John O'Keefe?
Yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be an adjustment to your calculation because the mass, MA, is different. You're denying that.
I think, again, if you're, and this is something Dr. Rentschler, I believe, will
No, I want
touch
to
on.
talk to you. I don't want to talk to Dr. Rentschler.
Well, because when you're addressing the forces for injury and the mechanisms for injury, right, you would account for the difference in the weight.
So you're saying that it makes no difference that you use an arm that is 26% lighter. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I don't think it would have made a significant difference, especially if you look at, for instance, if you're looking at the 95th percentile hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
But that's not my question. It's not whether it's significant or not. I'm asking you, are you saying under oath right now that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all.
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why not just have a 3-pound arm up there?
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's unreasonable.
What's the difference? It's a 6,000-pound car, according to you. What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're accounting for the whole part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, how much lighter? 2 pounds and what? How many ounces?
Sorry, what was your
How
question?
much lighter is it? The arm that you used?
In terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight. The weight. 9.38.
Right.
And Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86, right?
About 2.48.
And you're saying that makes no difference? None.
Not in the observed damage at those speeds, no.
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm, sir?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm?
Again, I don't know that they make a 5-pound ATD arm.
You didn't tell us when you did these studies, you didn't disclose in your PowerPoint that you used an arm that was much lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you?
I don't know that it was, I didn't give the weight in the presentation, no.
Let's take a look at some of your testing. The first one was at 10 miles per hour, test A. You remember that test, right?
Yes,
Now, 10 miles per hour, if you had taken 26% off, would you agree it would change the actual speed from 10 miles per hour to 7.67 miles per hour? If you did out the math, if you did it specifically, accurately, precisely, would you agree, using the wrong arm, you make the deductions and the calculations, that 10 mile per hour test would actually be 7.67 miles per hour? Would you agree with that?
I would allow that.
no, because again, the arm is going to get accelerated up to that speed. So that the speed would still, that mass would still be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour. Same thing in the vehicle testing. It's going to be, given that weight difference, it's going to be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, can we see the video of test A, please? Now, this is your study, 10 miles per hour, you claim, with a arm that is 9.38 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pounds, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, this light on the end of this, you're trying to replicate the light on the back of a Lexus?
Correct.
If a Lexus at 6,000 pounds hits a person, the Lexus isn't stopping automatically, is it?
No, it would move at a common velocity with the arm.
It would continue to push forward through the arm, yes?
It may, yes.
And the arm can push into the light before the body turns, yes?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
If the light on the Lexus, not at this speed, but if the light on a Lexus was broken or breaks and it hits the arm, it's not going to bounce off the arm, it's going to push through, isn't it?
It's going to move at a common velocity with the arm.
And that will move not only the arm, it will move the person's body, won't it?
It may, yes.
It may push the body, it may throw the body.
I don't know about throw.
And the light, if broken, will continue to press against the arm until there's separation. Isn't that fair to say?
It could, in some instances, again, it could bounce.
It could, because it's not always the same. It's a dynamic process, isn't it?
It is dynamic,
You
yes.
could do the test many times and get very different results, couldn't you?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Would you get the same result every time?
I think you would certainly get similar results.
Every time.
If you had the exact same impact location and speeds, yes.
Well, that's my point. What if the impact location moved a little bit? Could it change?
Well, is Dr. Welcher changing? I don't know if, again, I was relying on what he provided
This
in
isn't
his
on
report.
Dr. Welcher. I'm asking you.
Objection. It's on Dr.
No, it's not.
Okay, so jurors, disregard that exchange between counsel. Next question.
If the body position change, you may get a different result. Isn't that fair to say?
I was going after what Dr. Welcher had represented in his report analysis. So we did testing to analyze his orientation that he had demonstrated in his report.
You don't like that question either?
Objection.
Sustained.
If the body position changed, it could change the result. True?
I don't know what you mean by body position. Do you mean the whole body, the arm? What part of the body?
Okay, let's start with the arm. If the arm position changes, it could change the result, couldn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of any other orientation that Dr. Welcher provided in his analysis report as to alternative orientations.
if the arm position changed, could it change the result?
Yes. I mean, I presume if you don't have your arm on the taillight, then yes, you'll probably get a different result.
What if it's bent in a different way? Could that change the result?
Again, I haven't reviewed anything that indicates that there was a different orientation that Dr. Welcher suggested.
You're a scientist, right? You can think. I'm asking you. Just a general question over here. If you bend the arm, could it change the result?
It could.
Thank you. Okay. When a pedestrian, no brake, but there is a crack in this light, that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
Status to that form.
We can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is restrained at the pelvis.
Yes.
Could you show the video, please? There's two videos. We can see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have at 17 miles per hour with the arm that's 9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate 12.6 miles per hour?
No, can you answer that?
Not the way it's phrased, no.
And so looking at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that you don't think is fair?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds,
Yes,
probably would be less damage.
it'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5 pound arm. There'd be less damage with a 5 pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's
Correct.
basically how it works.
Correct.
Okay. So, in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this speed, you can see the shards of taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
Not stationary,
yeah, I mean, they're moving from the taillight as they break.
detached from the taillight.
Correct. They're broken.
That could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam, is it?
No, it would not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant, bless you, significant amount of taillight shards that are broken from the taillight and spewed into the air, yes?
Well, I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left. And from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight, from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolf can see it again to the point of the collision. Even at this speed, go ahead. Stop. You can see pieces, large, small, medium, maybe even microscopic, are now breaking off from that taillight and being littered into the air, aren't they?
Yes, there are pieces coming off.
If we can go to test C, please. Now, in test C, you actually use only an arm. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
You don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38-pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm, it's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm, again, is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body is not going to see that acceleration.
Have you testified before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there is significance to the arm would be attached to a 200 plus pound body and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force?
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B, and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B.
Correct.
And we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. Okay. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
Correct. It
Their
would
arm
not.
wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your
There'd be
question?
the pull of their body weight,
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards, yes.
gravity. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight? There is a reason why at 15 miles per hour, the damage is much different than the other test at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour, you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis. When it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with the taillights. There's a difference in those two tests.
Mm-hmm. And so the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage.
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact, like the rest of the body. It's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist. How much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight in that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only at 11.1 miles per hour. Is that the right math?
Again, I don't agree with that, because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you placed the dummy more behind the vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when you test it, you put it more behind the vehicle. This is more of a full impact than it is a clipping, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
And when you put this dummy behind the car, this was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
When you did the Rescue Randy and crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the Rescue Randy. And
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
it was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the Rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass of the Rescue Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact with the arm?
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Sustained enough.
Okay. If we can see in test F, we have some photographs. Start with the first one, if you could widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit.
Correct.
Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the Rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of test that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. Okay. And that is the result of the impact.
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near Rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
Look at the big dent, though.
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And could we, and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotape, so we don't have a videotape?
Correct, we had the false start, yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this? Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's
So?
damage that's consistent with road rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the pavement.
Pavement's hard.
He did not have
Yes.
road rash.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard as a rock?
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so seeing holes in those clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits that hard ground, right?
Are you talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now. These holes in the clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct?
Just ask him about the ground in Massachusetts.
All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Look at her giving Brennan all these assists. All these assists. Look at what she's doing. That is wild. This is wild today. And you know what? Okay, there's holes in his jacket, but that's on asphalt. And that's when you get road rash, which everybody knows what that is, I guess, except for Brennan. There was no road rash on his body at all, which is very interesting. And those are kind of big holes. The others were not significant. And again, there was the giant damage to the back, as one would expect, to the back of the Lexus. Right? That's what I'm saying. Ah, Dave. Mhm.
So holes in the clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits the ground, yes?
If there is prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing, large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
You've done no studies on hard ground like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass,
In clothing tears, yes.
no, sir.
And if you could go back one slide.
Amanda did his guy for
You see the debris
$400,000.
field is near but not on, Randy? Can you tell if there's any small pieces or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
No.
If I could go to test E, please. Test E, you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would reduce 26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
We should write their love story in Discord this weekend.
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolf?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your
Okay,
Honor.
next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the 24 miles per hour, you would come out to 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay. On test E, there are some differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see the study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it affects the ability to see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with. You could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
And that affects gravity, doesn't it?
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight of the dummy is less because it's held up by a harness.
Isn't it
Isn't it?
center of mass? Is what he's trying
Right.
to
So
say?
gravity really is, again, is suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests.
No, because ultimately what would happen is, because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just 0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what we were talking about for the last half hour. Weight matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Correct, but you can't look at this in isolation just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? Stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no. It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but on this one you did?
No, because you risk these ATD devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm?
It's just the Rescue Randy in the last test.
On F.
Correct.
This one, you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're switching up between tests. What pieces you're using, aren't you?
I would say adding, but
Well, adding and subtracting. It doesn't have two arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're switching.
yes.
Different result.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. If we can have this come back a little bit more. Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct. And that wasn't the purpose of this test, sir.
When you
Like
chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the tech stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car, the defendant's Lexus, was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, ARCA specializes in tech stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So you are looking at that, you would agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was
You guys are out of control.
increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point, what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct. We don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself is it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
We know that.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If that vehicle was in a collision, you wouldn't be able to tell from that data what the speed was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say, this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay, can you finish the video? Now, I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit? And when
It
they
was
break and
dark and
scatter,
snowy
some of them go up,
savage. Come
some
on.
go down. Stop, please. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm. Yes?
Correct.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning. Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please?
Right. I mean, was he just wanting them to use a real human being? Because I
When you
feel
were
like that's
reaching
what
the
he's getting at.
conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. You can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? In the turn of the sneaker?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go back, Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact. In your studies, you would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight where the pedestrian incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can happen, can it?
Well, I don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm. So it's not a clip. Again, you saw it the 15 miles per hour. I think that's more analogous to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way. This, I would say, is a full-on impact to the arm.
Okay. To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffer no lower body injuries. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well, let's play it forward. Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car? Hips, ribs?
I see the foot getting run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you
Everybody's
agree
looking at
that a
the legs.
pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some type of bumper displacement. You
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please. Stop. Any bumper displacement in this collision?
In this specific test, no.
You said that on direct, you would expect that there would be some panel deformation. What does that mean?
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Yes.
And you said in this case, there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus, you said, I would expect to see panel deformation. And in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
Let's watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation? Stop. In this?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself, where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation,
I'm going to allow it.
right?
Of course.
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
In this case, the damage to the right rear taillight, there's no panel deformation here, is there?
Correct. There is not.
I think he's saying I think he's saying deformation.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this,
Maybe.
can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Is there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman?
Oh, wait. That's not the right question. That's the one.
Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to see
Yes.
if there was a,
Sorry.
it's okay, to see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not a claim that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Was that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatchback up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is shattered
Thank you, Haley.
and it spreads through the air,
Congratulations.
does it have the
Thank you,
potential
Haley, for that.
to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Good
question?
vibes.
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Did it go to you?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
I love that.
And finally, we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter, doesn't it?
It can if it's significant, yes.
I have no further questions.
Oh, wow.
Jackson?
Interesting. These are going to be done in like 15 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Haley. That's so sweet. Thank you again for doing that. And congratulations, Savage Cashew. It is a random thing, and it's always exciting when it's somebody that like we know is here. But we love everyone else that watches in
Can
our
we,
replay
Dr.
crew.
Wolf, go back to
It's very
your power? Do you have your PowerPoint
Yes.
set up?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
what, like 12 new members today? Something like that. Oh man, I'm so glad Brian was over. I know I was looking forward to it, but then 5 minutes into it, I'm like, oh, I was excited about this again.
You have that ready?
Yes.
Can you go forward? And I don't have them memorized, so bear with me. can you go forward to test E? And I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you could scroll through, keep going, if you'd please, to the next slide, the next. Can you, is this a video or is this a still photograph?
It is a video.
Is this at full speed or is this slow?
This is full speed.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay, go back one. This is a test at what speed?
This is the Lexus moving in reverse, contacting at 24 miles an hour.
All right. Let's go ahead and play this at full speed if we could. Dr. Wolf, can you, that's awfully fast. Can you get to a point where you're moving frame by frame just at the point of contact?
Am I able to display my screen without doing the, trying to see how I can get this to work.
If you could just move forward frame by frame rather than.
I don't know that I can in the. Oh, I missed it.
Okay. It may be more difficult than we thought. Let me ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Based on that. Did you review that video in slow motion as well as at full speed?
Yes, from a frame by frame perspective.
And in terms of a couple of different questions about that particular test, when there's impact with that right arm, what's the speed that the arm gets to upon impact?
In test E,
Right. If the car's going 24 miles an hour, what's the expected speed of the arm?
so the hand got up to a little over 24, the arm got a little over 21 miles per hour.
The debris that comes off of the taillight, the fragments, what speed would they be going at the point of impact when they crack and are released from the taillight?
At the impact speed or less.
In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm?
They would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially.
Is that physically possible?
No.
I also want to ask you about do you have in your PowerPoint the photographs of the sweatshirt at the full, what you call the full-on impact, test F as in Foxtrot?
I don't have any of those in the PowerPoint.
Okay. The photo that you showed, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to show the same photograph that she showed earlier of the subsequent to test F as in Foxtrot with the holes we see.
If she can.
If she can.
Can you do that, Ms. Gilman?
Very kind.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolf, you're shown just the left arm underneath the, whatever you call the dummy, Randy, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brennan show you the rest of the sweatshirt?
No.
What did the rest of the sweatshirt look like after this full-on impact when he was launched on the asphalt?
Mangled. So there was not only significant road rash to the clothing all over the torso section, the left arm, the right arm. There was holes in many different locations of various sizes. There was also just on the skin of the dummy, there was road rash on the face had been scraped. The torso had been scraped. So there was significant body damage to the torso as well.
Taking just the sweatshirt, separating that out, what about the bodice of the sweatshirt, the front of the sweatshirt? Were there holes and frays and damage to the front?
It was covered in all of those, yes.
What about the back of the sweatshirt? Did that also have damage?
I don't believe the back, because I think he fell onto his stomach.
What about the other arm?
Yes, both arms did.
Thank you, Dave. 5 more
Were the
memberships were
holes and
gifted.
frays
Thank you.
larger than the holes, the puncture holes that you saw on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
They were certainly
Congrats,
larger
remember?
and again spread out amongst the entirety of the sweatshirt, at least on the front side.
Was the damage to the sweatshirt that you saw in this experiment consistent with the damage or defects that you saw in just the right arm, those 9 puncture holes on the right arm of the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe?
No, this is distinctly road rash. There's a clear distinction between the two.
Showing, looking at this particular set of defects in the arm, is that misleading in terms of its comparison to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Oh, it's 5 more. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Dave. That's so kind of you. You guys are very, very sweet. Thank you, Dave, for that. I see you're trying to get inquisitive membership. Make sure you have your gifts turned on inquisitive. It is random, everybody.
Your Honor,
It is
I'm
random.
going to ask
Thank
to
you so
approach very
much.
briefly on an issue we discussed earlier.
Oh, they're going to sidebar briefly. Going to sidebar. I'll try next week. It is fickle. It's weird that it does that, but I appreciate all the gifted memberships and to all of our new members. You guys get to join us for our members only on Wednesday. The previous ones are there as well. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Yeah, if you don't have your gifts turned on, follow these directions here, and that should work. Oh, Haley gifted a membership. Who did it go to? Who did it go to? She has good aim today, apparently. Thank you, Haley, as well. Thank you. You have to get your own Skittles. That's true. You guys are so awesome. Oh, Polly Prissy Pants. Her memberversary. Look at this wonderful growing chat family. I know, right? It's always weird how people all come together, right? From all over the place, and you can all have fun and be nice and get to know each other on a level that's kind of hard to do on the internet. And I definitely enjoy spending all of my days with you guys. Very interesting. Never a dull moment with Court and the chat. You guys, I'm surprised Brennan just didn't bring up more stupid questions for the next 15 minutes. Are you guys surprised by that? Because I am. But he will probably have recross. Yes, recross, yeah. Oh, Savage Cashew. Oh my gosh, it's like a gifting party.
May I, Your Honor?
Here.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
You were asked on cross-examination about some of the work that ARCA does on behalf of private lawyers, even insurance companies, correct?
Correct.
You were not hired by an insurance company. That's not who hired you on behalf of
Run for him.
like that in the initial hire, correct?
Correct. It was not an insurance company.
Thank you. A couple of more questions, if it's okay with the court, Your Honor, before we break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nay is. Thank you.
You were asked several
appreciated.
questions about the glass and whether or not the glass weighed in on your analysis of the damage to the rear tail light, correct?
Correct.
Did you consider that the glass on the rear bumper did not match the cocktail glass that was found close to John O'Keefe's body? Or were you aware of that?
I don't think initially I was aware that there was a difference between the glass cup that was found and the glass on the bumper.
Very different.
You were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, and I may have, I'm going by memory, 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Have I got that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that anybody has ever measured the weight of just John O'Keefe's right arm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
When you were asked questions about whether or not his arm weighed 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever weighing just his arm?
No.
What is that based on? 11.8, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan mentioned the word statistic.
I think the weight of his head.
Statistics, his arm would weigh that much. Height, weight, etc.
Correct.
Does a statistic determine the actual weight of an arm?
No, not conclusively to what Mr. O'Keefe's arm weighed, no.
As you sit here, do you know whether his arm, John O'Keefe's right arm, if weighed by itself accurately, because pounds and apparently half pounds matter, if it weighed 11.8 pounds or if it weighed 9.4 pounds? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Do you believe that your testing, the totality of your testing, was dependent upon those 2.5 pounds based on the weight of the hybrid 3,
Not the
or
name.
the arm of hybrid 3, and the statistic of 11.8 pounds?
Sustained.
But that they are.
In what way does that differentiation of 2.5 pounds or approximately 2.5 pounds, in what way does that make a difference in terms of your testing?
It doesn't, and that's part of the reason why we increase the speeds to almost 30 miles an hour to look at, again, when you're bringing that much more kinetic energy from the vehicle, that's going to overcome any mass that arm has. If it, like I said, if it's a pound difference, 2 pound difference, the momentum of that vehicle moving at 30 miles an hour versus 24 miles an hour, again, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. So even if you go up a few miles per hour, you're exponentially increasing that amount of kinetic energy from the vehicle.
You were also asked a series of questions about
Not sure.
reducing the speed of the testing by a certain percentage. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you mathematically? Okay.
Sustained indefinitely.
Is it your reflection on the mirror, Terry? Is that who told you that?
You can tell us.
Oh,
Well,
thank
let me ask
you.
it this way.
For the platypus for the
Is
super
the speed of
Thank
the
you.
testing vehicle tethered in some
Oh,
way
so sweet.
to the difference of that 2.5 pounds that Mr. Brennan was asking you about?
No, and again, as you saw throughout the PowerPoint, when that vehicle is coming in at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, at those speeds, that arm, when it makes contact, is going to get accelerated up to that velocity. It's just going to reach that common velocity. It's not going to, you're not going to somehow affect the vehicle speed due to that, the fact that the arm weighing 10 pounds roughly, and you've got 6,000 pounds. It's not going to somehow scrub off speed of the vehicle.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I would be going through a couple of photographs and videos that might be a good place to.
Okay, I understand you said it's time. So we'll start today. Dr. Wolf, you have to come down a bit. All right, jurors. One question I have for you. So I know a long time ago we told you that Thursday would be a half a day. I'm told that we're nearing the end of this case, so I'd like you to think about whether you're able to stay all day next Thursday. Think about it over the weekend. If you've made appointments or anything like that, I'm not asking. But think about it, and on Monday, if you let Tony or Paul, whoever's with you Monday, if you have an issue with it, just let us know. And we'll do that today. All right, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. And again, be very careful with your social media use. Have a great weekend.
All rise to the court, please.
Okay, so it sounds like it's going to be a full week next week,
Your Honor.
except maybe Thursday will be a half day, depending what the jury wants to do. So that's
Again,
interesting.
when I see counsel on scheduling.
Oh, she's going to see council scheduling, so we're not even going to know what they're going to talk about. She's not coming back. Let's be honest here. Oh my gosh. First of all, thank you guys so much for all of your support in gifting memberships and super chats and super stickers. It's so kind, and I can't even tell you how greatly appreciated it is. But you know, it's not necessary to be a part of my community. You know, I want everybody always to feel welcome and part of everything. That's just kind of who I am. I think my friends will tell you the same thing. And I love having you all here every day. I'd be here if there was 2 of you or 100 of you or 1,000 of you. It doesn't really matter, just as long as we get to spend the day together and watch all this craziness unfold. So let's talk about today. Oh, so I think it was Nikki in chat had said earlier that she was a little nervous about some of this testimony in regards to the jury, and I'm gonna agree with that. I'm gonna agree with her on that statement. While I do think that they did a great job with the presentation, I think some people might see, oh, the damage to the taillight. I mean, we did see when he backed up. Now that was the one that had the major dent in the back, but we did see how far the taillight pieces went and that the body went. But we do run into some issues, right? The road rash is a huge issue. It's a huge issue. My son's dad was in a motorcycle accident in 2022, and it was wearing the appropriate equipment is basically what saved his life. But yeah, the road rash is no joke. It just happens. But I'm just curious of like where people would be like, oh, you know what? That's enough for me to know and see. So I'm curious. I don't feel as confident in the whole jury being persuaded by Dr. Wolf, which I think when Dr. Rentschler comes next week, his partner, where he actually talks about the body and what the body would be experiencing, I think that right there might be what changes some of the jury's mind. You know, their testimony goes hand in hand. So I'm curious to see what Dr. Rentschler has to say about the biomechanics anatomy part of it, which, you know, Dr. Wolf said he was not the one to really be talking about that. So it wasn't his specialty. So I'm very excited about that. Jim says, hustle long before jury deliberates, another hung jury. So Karen apparently told some outlets the other day that the defense more or less plans on resting Tuesday, which makes sense. And, you know, I thought Brennan was going to spend all afternoon with this witness. So I think Tuesday might be a fair time for them to rest. Okay, so the defense will rest their case Tuesday-ish at the latest, it sounds. Then the prosecution gets a rebuttal. I don't know who they're going to call for a rebuttal. If they do, sometimes they don't, but they might call Dr. Welcher back. So we'll see. That could be a day, maybe a couple days. Then after that, they're going to argue jury instructions, which I'll probably argue for normally they would argue for at least a afternoon or morning, but knowing Bev, they could just argue about it for 10 minutes. So I don't want to put my foot in the mouth, but it could go to the jury deliberation as soon as Thursday or Friday of next week, I would say, because they got to do closing arguments, which, if I remember right, are timed for this trial. They're not always like that. So I think the jury is going to be debating for a long time. I do. And I do think that it's going to be a hung jury, most likely. But hey, this is one of those scenarios where I love to be wrong. I mean, I'd love to be wrong if it was held not guilty, but even if it's guilty, I do think if everyone says, oh, well, they can just file appeals afterwards. They can just, you can file all of the appeals you want, but most of them get rejected. But I do feel, I'm not an appellate lawyer, that's the guy next to the podium, but I do feel that there are some probably good arguments for appeal in this one. So we'll see. Oh, yes. Terry True Crime says, if you're interested in getting a goodie in the mail from me and Llama, email us your YouTube name and the mailing address. And I guess you could get a gift from us. I know we're thinking about doing some giveaways very soon once we hash out those details, but you can find her Terry, T-E-R-I, at TCWTmedia.com, or Tara, T-A-R-A, that's me, at TCWTmedia.com. So, right. So Joe says, remember too, the longer this gets dragged out, the bigger KR's bills get. That's a part of the Commonwealth's plan. Exactly. $50,000 for experts is expensive. Okay. $400,000 is shocking and unheard of. That is crazy to me. And I really do wonder if the jury is comparing and contrasting the two, because one very much looked like your normal expert testimony with your normal science experiments, and the other one, I don't even know what was happening. I don't even know what was happening with them. So you're on the Idaho 4 case. I do plan on covering Brian Kohlberger. It will be about a 3-month trial. It is a death penalty case, so those work a little bit different here. If you've never watched one, I do recommend watching one. They're allowed to bring in different things, and so like it's a 2-parter. So the first round, they determine whether a case like this, are they guilty or not guilty? And then the second is the sentencing phase. And because it's a death penalty, there's a lot of mitigating factors that are allowed. And it's basically a whole nother trial. And they are, even though you have the same jury for both, it's 2 different things you're considering. And that's why it's going to be 3 months. But I'm very excited to watch that and go through the process with some of you that you know, may not have seen a death penalty trial. I think the last one I watched was the Parkland shooting out of Florida. That was also about 3 months. And let's just say I wasn't happy about the results of that one. But Dave says, today was a frustrating waste of time. So much energy placed on a hypothetical by corrupt cops. They have steered the obvious way from what really happened. I mean, it's very annoying that, I think Brennan's kind of digging his own grave with the way he's crossing some of these witnesses. I understand that the jurors were writing a lot all day, which does also make me a little nervous, but some of his stuff, it was just so utterly condescending. And it's like, sir, look at what you've presented. Okay, you've presented the worst prosecution case I've ever seen. Nothing makes any sense. And you're just coming in here and be like, didn't you know the weight of his arm? And actually, they probably could easily know the weight of his arm, because I forget who we were watching yesterday. I think it was Dr. Rentschler said that your arm weighs the same amount as your head. And I do think they do weigh your head in an autopsy, if I remember right, but I don't know. Yep, those are our email addresses. Feel free to email us things. Please and thank you. You lost your channel viewing. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Savage Cashew says, Brennan does a good job at muddying the waters until you ask the right questions and apply common sense. Yes, he's good at muddying waters. Okay, and that's usually what a defense attorney does. All right, and he is playing defense, if you will. It's just it's pretty easy to see through it when we know what witnesses he's already brought on, because normally as a defense attorney, you don't have to present a case if you don't want to. So I think that's interesting. Lady in Gray says, I think AJ is clearing this up nicely, especially asking where the 11-pound arm came from. Nowhere. That is true. That is true. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend I understand all that science math. I don't. So I don't know who is right in that. But to me, I'm looking at what I'm seeing with my own eyes with these videos. Like, yeah, I understand the dummy's not secure to it's a dummy. All right. I get that. But what happens to the car for me is what's really significant here. And at the very least, they showed us more than Dr. Welcher's weird blue paint exhibit. I mean, at least they used the sweater. He didn't even put the sweater on. He bought the sweater. He didn't put it on. Oh, it's so weird. Lady in Gray, by the way, thank you for all of your X updates, Lady in Gray today. She always lets us know what the media that's in there. They do tweet out or X out. I don't know what it's called. I don't know. But anyway, she always gives us updates from anyone that may be in there to get a vibe of, you know, what the jury may be up to. So Lady in Gray, we really appreciate you doing that every day. So she says, Sue O, Yannetti is suffering from allergies today. He said so. When he sneezes and Brennan is up, Brennan says, God bless you. And the defense ignores him. Oh, I was wondering this morning, I had a headache and I wondered if it was allergies or from the smoke fire in Canada, which, you know, I hope everyone in Canada is doing all right. Don't think so. Think it'll be Thursday. It could be. Could be. I don't know. You usually can't predict court, but definitely with this one, can't predict anything. Yes, everybody. If you miss me and you miss chat over the weekend, we got a lot of other stuff on this channel that you guys can watch. After we're all done here, I will compile my notes and I'll be doing a Diddy update that'll come out sometime tonight or tomorrow, probably. But if you're not caught up on that, it's pretty good. I keep the videos. I try to keep the updates as short as I can. So they're between like 30 to 40 minutes usually, with a couple 2-dayers a little bit longer. But I recommend checking out Couch Court with Llama After Dark and all the other shows we have on our channel. She can go to jail right away for life. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sometimes once you get that, they don't let you go. Some courts do, but probably not in this situation. And then I'm concerned about, like, you know, her having MS in prison. I mean, listen, there's lots of people with health stuff going on, gets in prison, you know, but I can't imagine what that must do. Free Karen Reed. I mean, it's looking like that. Oh, Chad Daybell was the death penalty. I forgot about that. No memento. Oh, yeah, that is what I said. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. I'm good at multitasking. Yes, Purple Platypus, aka Dope Meditations. I hope you have a great weekend. And you guys, if you miss us, join our Discord server. If you have problems, email one of us and we'll get you set up. Don't email Terry. She'll just forward you to me anyway. But join us there. Tomorrow we're going to be watching the Sherry Papini documentary where she's going to tell us her truth. So I can't wait to see everybody there. I will be there. You don't have to have your cameras or your mics on. We're just going to hang out. Super cash. Oh, inquisitive. I can't believe we might be inflected with Welcher again. Oh, I know. But I do expect them to call him up again. Yes, we appreciate all of you being here. Those in the chat, those that are lurkers, those that, you know, are listening at work or in the car. Thank you guys so much. And our replay crew, we love you guys as well. We know that you're still watching after we are live all day. And so we really appreciate you guys watching afterwards too. Let's see. Yes, everyone have a wonderful weekend. We will be back here at 8:30 a.m. Eastern on Monday, where we're going to hang out for a little bit, catch up in the morning, and then court starts between 9 and 9:30, whenever they feel like it. But yeah, I want to thank you guys all again. What a wild week it's been. And I look forward to next week. And if you need anything else, you can find us on Discord, email, leave a comment, whatever you need, we'll find you. So I'm going to get out of here, guys. Until next time, go forth and be amazing. Okay? All right. I'll see you later, guys. Bye.